Good afternoon. I'd like to call to order the regular meeting of the Elk Grove Board of Education for September 5th, 2023, and announce that the board will meet in closed session to address items 1 through 4 on the closed session portion of the agenda. At this time, I'd like to call for public comment on the closed session portion of the agenda. Mr. Superintendent, do we have any public comments?
We do not.
Thank you. I'm going to close public comment and recess into closed session. Good afternoon. If folks could please take their seats, we're about to begin. You ready, Mr. Mate? Good afternoon and welcome to the Elk Grove Unified School District Board meeting for September 5th, 2023. The Board of Education has resumed full in-person, excuse me, I skipped a step here already. I'd like to announce that the board met in closed session and no action was taken. The board has resumed full in-person board meetings unless remote attendance is permitted pursuant to the California Brown Act. Live streaming of full in-person board meetings will be available to the public via the Zoom platform. Today's meeting is being video recorded and will be available on the district's YouTube channel. I'm going to share some information regarding the public comment process. During regular board meetings, the public may make public comments on items on the agenda or items not on the agenda. Individual speakers will be allowed up to 3 minutes to address the board on each item. The total amount of time allocated to public comment by the board will be limited with a total of 30 minutes designated for public comment on an item. Public comments during regular board meetings may be made about items not on the agenda, but within the school district's jurisdiction. Public comment may be made on all items that are on the board agenda and will be heard when the selected item comes up. Individuals may not defer their time to another individual speaker to increase their time beyond 3 minutes. Please be mindful that district students may be watching or participating. You're encouraged to address the board and the public in a respectful manner such that all of those observing, from children to adults, are made to feel welcome, safe, and valued. The board shall not permit any disturbance or willful interruption of board meetings. Persistent disruption by an individual or group shall be grounds for the board president to provide a warning and then to terminate the individual's privilege of addressing the board. First item on our agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. I'd like to call up Sandy Borman, Richard Wall, principal of TR Smedberg Middle School, and my colleague, Mr. Carmen Forcina, is going to read to us about our honoree today.
Good evening. It's my privilege to read some wonderful words written by TR Smedberg community. TR Smedberg School is honored to recognize Ms. Sandy Borman as our education partner. The Elk Grove Unified School recognizes the outstanding contributions Ms. Borman has made to Smedberg Middle School to support its staff and students. 11 years ago, Misty Calderon became the Smedberg Activities Director, and little did anyone know that Ms. Calderon was a package deal, as she also brought with her Sandy Borman, her mom. To avoid any confusion from Ms. Borman's last name being different from Ms. Calderon, she was given a new name by staff, Caldermom. Over the years, Caldermom has helped at dances, ran the grill at 8th grade barbecue, and provided a helping hand at dances and with Celebrate Smedberg. And of course, Calderon Mom regularly indulges staff and students with bags of irresistible home-baked goods. And all that she does, Calder Mom is pleasant to everyone. She is fun-loving, and she is a joy to work with. Sandy Borman, the staff and students at TR Smedberg Middle School and the Elk Grove Unified School District recognize and greatly appreciate your hard work and your kind-hearted dedication. Sandy, please know, even when your daughter steps down as activities director, you will always be Smedberg's Calder Mom. Thank you.
Thank you. So please stand so we can salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And if you'll stay there for just 1 minute, please. Thank you again, Ms. Borman. Our next item is a presentation or recognition for a recommendation of the name, the library at Marion Mixed Elementary School. I'd like to welcome Ms. Kristen Coates.
Try that one more time. Good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Avalos, staff, and the public. Tonight, we are here asking the board to approve the request from Marion Mixed Elementary School staff and community to name the library at Marion Mixed School the Shelley Clark Dixon Library, consistent with board policy and administrative regulation 7511. Community and staff members from Marion Mixed Elementary School have requested to name the library at Marion Mixed Elementary School the Shelley Clark Dixon Library. We support this recommendation consistent with board policy. I'm going to ask Dr. Grewal to come up and share her story.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. I'd like to share a few words. Marion Mixed Elementary School opened in 2015, and leading this amazing endeavor was Shelley Clark Dixon. Shelley was at the forefront of every decision and detail that went into opening the school, and the values, core beliefs, and high expectations that she set for students and staff permeate throughout the community. Although she was a principal there for 1 year, her legacy and dedication continue today. It is for this reason that the mixed community would request to name the library in honor of Shelley Clark Dixon. Sadly, Shelley passed away in 2023. She left a legacy in her trail, but nothing brought her more joy than her 2 daughters. She was an amazing mother, wife, daughter, sister, aunt, and friend. The Marion Mixed community would be honored to invite her family to attend the ceremony at Mixed and take part in the naming of the school library. This would truly be a full circle event, as the school has many pictures throughout the campus of the opening ceremony of the school, capturing Shelley and the school's namesake, former employee Marion Mixed, along with her family. Shelley was a lifelong member of the Elk Grove community. She attended elementary, middle, and high at Elk Grove. Her lengthy career began as a teacher, vice principal, and then director in human resources. Shelley set high standards for her students in a loving and supportive way. As an administrator, she had maintained the same expectations for her teachers with whom she worked. As a director, she worked to recruit new teachers and student teachers while putting in place systems for acquiring and training quality substitute teachers. Although Shelley was working in the district office, she consistently returned to Mixed to recruit master teachers. Shelley understood the importance of literacy and truly enjoyed reading in her private life. The community feels naming the library in honor of Shelley would be fitting. The motto that was chosen for the school is "Know Thy Impact," and Shelley has certainly left an impact. The plan would be to have the Shelley Clark Dixon Library painted directly above the library door, along with a plaque commemorating her life. The staff and community of Marion Mixed agree that Shelley Clark Dixon deserves to be honored in this manner. And now Peggy will say a few words, and then Andrew, Shelley's husband, and Hannah, Shelley's daughter. And if you are here in support of Shelley, please feel free to come up.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity to speak with you. It is my honor to address you all regarding the naming and dedication of the Marion Mixed Elementary School Library in memory of Shelley Clark Dixon. My name is Peggy Barrett, and I was the principal at Marion Mixed for the last 5 years. Shelley and I were not only colleagues, but good friends. We met at Olathe Donner Elementary School in 1997, and we went on to teach together at Elliott Ranch Elementary. She taught both my children, and I had the pleasure of teaching her youngest, Jacqueline, in 2nd grade. We even ran a half marathon together. As our careers progressed in the district, we kept in touch and our paths continued to cross. So I know how excited Shelley was when she was given the opportunity to open Marion Mix. Opening a new school is a year-long endeavor, and Shelley put her heart and soul into creating a school that provided students a wonderful learning opportunity. Having a continued connection with Shelley and knowing the amazing culture she had established at Mix, I was ecstatic when I was named principal at the school she had opened 3 years prior. Although I retired in June, it was my great pleasure to continue the vision for Mix that Shelley had created. The STEM focus, collaboration among teachers, community involvement, high expectations for staff and students are all areas that we continued, and I know Shelley would be proud. In fact, I spoke to her just a couple of weeks prior to her passing about how best to carry on the legacy of Mix. Although Shelley was only at Mix for a year, she left an indelible mark on the school and its community. When speaking with the staff members that worked at the school or worked with Shelley, it was evident the lasting impression she made on them and how she created an environment where everyone felt supported and aspired to be the best educators possible. Shelley was committed to the importance of literacy for all, and in partnership with the staff, we determined naming the library would be a fitting tribute to her. As you enter Marion Mix Elementary, the motto, "Know Thy Impact," is painted above the library and can clearly be seen to visitors, staff, and students as you enter. Shelley was instrumental in creating this motto for the school. In working with the community and the staff, we concluded that there would be no better way to memorialize Shelley than to have the center of the school, which is the library, dedicated to her memory. It is our vision that the words, "The Shelley Clark Dixon Library," be prominently displayed under the motto, "Know Thy Impact." This will serve as a remembrance of the impact Shelley Clark Dixon had on the students, staff, community, and all that knew her. Thank you.
Good evening, board. I'm Shelley Clark Dixon's husband, Andrew Dixon. And on behalf of the Clarks and Dixons, I want to thank you for this beautiful gesture for Shelley. Also, I would like to thank the board for such a wonderful recommended motion and rationale that was stated so eloquently about Shelley. We are so touched and excited about this naming of the Marion Mix Library after the woman who has given her entire life to the Elk Grove Unified School District. She loved being a part of this school, the school district, and the community. Although I wasn't a part of Shelley's life yet during the time at Marion Mix, I got to relive many of those moments and hear about all the challenging, happy stories from her and her daughters. Shelley loved people, kids, family, friends, coworkers, and always wanted to help each of them succeed. I've heard her on calls with kids she had as a teacher or principal, contacting her to thank her and or ask some advice years later. Shelley was so proud of her kids and students, as so many of them went on to college and finding their successes in life. She was so pleased that many of them went on to achieve so much and become educators themselves. She helped many teachers get hired by the district by giving them tips, suggestions on how to succeed in interviews. 2 teachers I know have called her back the last few years to thank her for helping them get hired. One of the most priceless moments was after Shelley's diagnosis. She decided to record herself reading some of her and her daughter's favorite childhood books. We have several of these recordings for her daughters to remember and be able to show them to grandchildren because she loved these books and loved reading so much. Shelley wouldn't want any extra recognition for her work, as she did it out of enjoyment and love, and honoring what this couldn't be more appreciative. Shelley was the most driven person I know, and was so smart and worked so hard. Marion Mix was very close to her heart, and she was very proud of it. Shelley didn't want much in return. but I know this is making her heart smile. And I truly feel she is deserving of this moment. I waited for 50 years to find my soulmate in Shelley. And I'm so pleased you are honoring Shelley in a way that will continue her legacy for years. I'm also excited to announce the Shelley Clark Dixon Memorial Scholarship Fund that was established this year and will also help continue Shelley's legacy. Thank you again for this evening and for the recommendation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you all for being here. My name is Hannah Hughes, the eldest of that's my sister, of Shelley's daughters, and one of her earliest students. My mom taught me to read at an early age, leading me to tests out of preschool and jumpstart my education. A library is a very fitting place to remember her, as she believed reading and literacy to be highly important skills that should be equally accessible to everyone. Back in 2004, Shelley Clark Dixon was known as Shelley Hughes, or Mrs. Hughes, to my 5th grade classroom. Yes, in her final year of teaching before becoming a vice principal, I was allowed to be a student in her class, along with a few of my closest friends, thanks to the generosity of Mr. Vigario, which she never let me forget. Throughout my years as a student in Elk Grove, I was blessed with many incredible teachers, especially in elementary school. However, I speak with as little bias as I have when I say that my 5th grade year in Mrs. Hughes's class was the most fun, memorable, challenging, and influential year of school I've ever had, college included. It's impossible to condense the impact that school year had on me in just a few minutes, but I will say everything we did as a class. We laughed until we cried many times. We encouraged each other to be our best selves no matter the activity every single day. We created all-inclusive learning environments where each student felt appreciated and important. We even had fun recreating Parliament meetings and other American historical events as a class, led enthusiastically, as always, by Mrs. Hughes. The lifelong memories aside, we were also taught reading, writing, and math tools that I still refer back to this day. I truly believe I learned the most in my mom's 5th grade classroom than I did any other year of school. At the time, I didn't know her much more than that as a mom and a teacher. But as I grew older, I was fortunate to join the group who called her boss, or even better, friend. While Miss Clark was never my direct overhead, I did report back to her each night at home. These were among the happiest years I had with my mom, apart from that 5th grade year. During that time, I could come home and discuss the good, the bad, and the ugly with her over cups of coffee or glasses of wine. If I had particularly a rough group of students that day, she would give me insight as to the cause of that behavior and advice on how to handle it in the future, as I'm sure she's done with many teachers here today. I'm happy to say I did not take for granted living with the mind and heart of such a talented educator. Shelley Clark Dixon was a woman glowing in knowledge, passion, and love for a career she was destined to have, and moved to share with others who knew thy impact. She loved and cared for all in this room, whether she knew you or not. She followed her calling to serve others, and in the process, touched all who knew her with her light. May Marion Mix Elementary School and the Elk Grove Unified School District never forget Shelley Jane Clark Dixon and the impact she left on our world. I shall continue her legacy and lead others with the consciousness of my impact as I encourage you to reflect on your own, be it at home, in the classroom, or the boardroom. Thank you.
Thank you. So I just want to make sure I'm doing these things in the right order. I am to call for a motion and then take a vote and then ask for public comments. That's what I have here, which sounds out of order. So public comments before a motion or after? That's what I thought. Okay, so Ms. Lavasser, do we have any public comments on this item?
Madam President, we have no public comments via Zoom for this item.
Thank you. Ms. Jamerson, do we have any blue cards for this item?
Madam President, we have no blue cards for this item.
Okay. At this time, I'd like to call for a motion to approve the request from Marion Mix Elementary School staff and community to name the library at Marion Mix Elementary, the Shelley Clark Dixon Library.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Albiani, seconded by Mr. Bettis. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Measures approved unanimously. And I'm going to pause to see if any board members would like to make any comments. I know some of us had the pleasure of knowing her. Mr. Fortino, would you like to begin?
Thank you. Yeah, I really enjoyed my conversations with Shelley. Shelley had vision, and Shelley had passion, and Shelley cared. And those reasons, among many others, are why she was able to do the work she did and why so many people thought so highly of her. She was fun to be around. She always had a smile. But for me, like I say, for me personally, the fact that she was focused on making things better for everyone all the time. And she knew what she needed to do to get there. And this recognition certainly is a wonderful thing to do in remembrance of someone who did give a lot. So thank you to her family. Thank you.
Salviani.
I just want to thank the family for sharing her with us. As a district, we were very blessed.
I just want to say that although that I don't know her, through your words, it hits me and makes me understand how special she was. And this recognitions help tell her legacy going forward to our kids in our school district and our staff. So thank you for being here, and sorry for your loss and our loss as a school district. Thank you.
Mr. Bettis, okay.
She's the one that was the principal at the two-story elementary, correct?
Yes.
I was very impressed the first, not the only time I met with her, but her professionalism, her knowledge of education, and her rapport with the community in that geographical area and with the students. She was a charming person with a smile that would radiate through classroom walls. The fact that, those children seen her every day, they were lucky they had a person like that, a teacher, counselor, administrator, principal. And I learned a lot talking to her that day. And I'm sorry that I didn't go back and work with her more, but because she was so outstanding person in our community and in our district. But I was very proud of her, and I did keep track what she was doing. That was the best thing to do. That's a person that should be here at district office. And so. Other than that, we did lose, a very influential person in this community, but she had a big impression on a lot of people. The bottom line, students, the community, the state of California, and all the educational institutions in California. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Bettis. I had the pleasure of meeting Shelley first when she was principal of my son's elementary school, Joseph Sims Elementary. So going a while back there. And I got to work with her in her different positions that she held after that. I don't want to be repetitive of what's been said, but I do want to note how interesting it is that people who encountered her in different ways and at different periods of her life have such consistent things to say about her, that she was consistently excellent at her job. You know, she had this generosity of spirit that she spread light and joy in other people. And that was absolutely my experience of her. I think she sets a high bar, and she just really serves as an example for us in how to conduct our own lives. So I'm so grateful to have known her. I'm thankful for her family for sharing her with us, and for bringing forth this resolution so that we can continue to share this part of her legacy. So thank you so much to all of you. And with that, we have concluded this item. Thank you. Our next resolution is one of our traditional ones. We actually do this one 2 times a year. It's for high school education, voter education week, or weeks rather. I'm going to call on Ms. Lavasser to see if there are any public comments via Zoom for this item.
Madam President, we have no public comments via Zoom for this item.
Thank you, Ms. Jamerson. Do we have any blue cards for this item?
Madam President, we do not have any blue cards.
Thank you. I'd like to call up Mr. Chad Schweitzer.
All right, good evening, Board President Chires Espinoza, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. I'm here this evening to share information on our voter education weeks. California Education Code designates the last 2 weeks in September and April as high school voter education weeks. Voter education weeks provide an opportunity for students to become actively engaged participants in our democracy and to put these young students on a path to a lifetime of civic engagement and voting. We strongly encourage our high schools and students to participate in high school voter education weeks and engage students in pre-registration, voter registration, and mock trial activities. Therefore, this evening, the governing board of the Elk Grove Unified School District is asked to approve resolution number 11, 2023-24, and to declare September 18 through 29, 2023 as high school voter education weeks, and encourage our schools throughout the district to participate in programs and activities that help our students become registered to vote and become informed and civically engaged students.
Thank you, Mr. Schweitzer. I'd like to call for a motion to approve resolution number 11, which proclaims the period from September 18th through 29th, 2023 as high school voter education weeks.
I moved. Oh, I'll second then.
I think it was moved by Mr. Fortuna, second by Mr. Vargas.
No,
Yeah. I couldn't tell, sorry. Moved by Mr. Yang, second by Mr. Vargas. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. That resolution is approved unanimously.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Schweitzer. Our next resolution is for Hispanic Heritage Month. Ms. Lavasser, do we have any public comments via Zoom?
Madam President, we have no public comments via Zoom for this item.
Thank you. Ms. Jamerson, do we have any blue cards for this item?
Madam President, we have no blue cards for this item.
Thank you. I'd like to call up Ms. Danielle Black.
Good evening, Board President, Chair Espinoza, Ms. Siegel, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. I'm here to request passage of resolution number 14, designating September 15th through October 15th, 2023 as Hispanic Heritage Month. The Board of Education has a longstanding priority of supporting diversity and equity within our school district. and the Board of Education has an opportunity to support this priority by recognizing Hispanic Heritage Month. In September of 1968, Congress authorized President Lyndon B. Johnson to proclaim National Hispanic Heritage Week. The observance was expanded in 1988 to a month-long celebration. America celebrates the culture and traditions of U.S. residents who trace their roots to Spain, Mexico, and the Spanish-speaking nations of Central America, South America, and the Caribbean. September 15th was chosen as the starting point for the celebration because it is the anniversary of independence of 5 Latin American countries: Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua. In addition, Mexico and Chile celebrate their Independence Days on September 16th and September 18th, respectively. Throughout the year, the contributions of Americans with Hispanic heritage are presented in the regular curriculum. However, the special focus for 1 month serves as a reminder of the combined contributions of this group. In support of this resolution, the Curriculum and Professional Learning Department will facilitate a virtual training in the Mexican muralism movement on October 12th, and it's available for our diversity, equity, and inclusion credit for both our certificated and our classified employees. I humbly request that the Board of Education recognize September 15th through October 15th as Hispanic Heritage Month.
Thank you, Ms. Black. I'd like to call for a motion to adopt resolution number 14, designating September 15th through October 15th, 2023 as Hispanic Heritage Month.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Jamerson, seconded by Mr. Vargas. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Measures approved unanimously. Thank you.
I have a question regarding the mural
Go.
presentation. Is that right? I asked that.
The question regarding what again, sir?
The mural.
Mural, the class?
The Mexican muralism
Mhm.
training.
Who, is that an outside vendor that did the actual presentation or is it internal?
It's internal. I facilitated the training last year for our certificated employees and with some updates to now offer it to all of our employees.
Okay. Very good. I'd like to talk to you a little later about that.
Sure.
Okay. Or right now.
Thank you. Next, we have the Filipino American History Month resolution. Ms. Lavasser, do we have any public comments via Zoom for this item?
Madam President, we have no public comments via Zoom for this item.
Thank you. Ms. Jamerson, do we have any blue cards for this item?
Madam President, we have no blue cards for this item.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Black, whenever you're ready.
So as we have previously noted, we have a longstanding priority of recognizing and supporting diversity and equity within our schools, and that we have an additional opportunity this evening by recognizing October 2023 as Filipino American History Month with the recommendation of adopting resolution number 13. The Filipino American National Historical Society established Filipino American History Month in 1988. Subsequently, every October, many communities throughout the United States and its territories have celebrated this occasion, not only to commemorate the anniversary of the presence of the first Filipinos on U.S. soil and to observe its heritage, but also to recognize the social, intellectual, and economic contributions of Filipinos and Filipino Americans in this country. The California Department of Education first recognized Filipino American History Month in 2006, and the state legislatures passed 2 bills calling for the integration of Filipino American history into curriculum. Assembly Bill 199 focused on the contributions of Filipino American veterans in World War II, and Assembly Bill 123 focused on Filipino American contributions to the farm labor movement, including leaders like Larry Itliong. Filipino Americans play a vital role in the Elk Grove Unified School District community, including more than 3,000 students who identify as Filipino. Throughout the year, the contributions of Filipino Americans are presented in the regular curriculum. However, this special focus for 1 month serves as a reminder of the combined contributions of this group. In support of this resolution, the Curriculum and Professional Learning Department, will facilitate a virtual training, Filipino American history through art, music, and dance on October 17th. This will also be available for our diversity, equity, and inclusion credit for both our certificated and our classified employees.
Wonderful. I'd like to call for a motion to adopt resolution number 13, designating October 2023 as Filipino American History Month.
So move.
Uh-oh, tell me who was first.
Second.
Who was first?
I think I went first.
Okay. Mr. Yang first, second by Mr. Pettis. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That is approved unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Black. Next up, we have our request for expulsion extension. Ms. Lavasser, do we have any public comments via Zoom for this item?
Yes, Madam President, we have one public comment. on this item.
Okay, let's go ahead and take that one.
Artak Tovmaser.
Okay, so clarification, that we had a phone call with this parent. They're not specifically tied to the expulsion. I don't think there actually is an expulsion for the student that they wish to speak to. So they wanted to make general comments about our expulsion process. So I think that will happen during regular public comment versus because we can't do comment about an individual student in public session.
Thank you. Appreciate the clarification. I trust the same will go for blue cards, but I will ask, do we have any blue cards on this item?
Madam President, we have no blue cards on this item.
Thank you. I would like to call for a motion to approve the request for expulsion extension.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Albiani, seconded by Mr. Vargas. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That is approved unanimously. Thank you. Related item, request for readmissions. Ms. Lavasser, do we have any public comments via Zoom for this item?
Madam President, we have no public comments via Zoom for this item.
Thank you, Ms. Jamerson. Do we have any blue cards for this item?
Madam President, we have no blue cards for this item.
Thank you. I'd like to call for a motion to approve the student readmission from expulsion. Moved by Ms. Albiani, seconded by Mr. Vargas. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. That is approved unanimously. We're moving on to public comments for items not on the agenda. Ms. Lavasser, do you have any public comments via Zoom for items not on the agenda?
So Madam President, we have then two public comments via this item.
Wonderful.
So first would be Artak Tovmaser.
Hi, thank you so much for the opportunity. I'd first like to find out the reference to the Sunrise Elementary School District's violence and anti-discrimination policy, what the policy where it's located. And then wanted to let you know, just give you the description of events that had led to this, that my son is a first grade student at Sunrise Elementary, and I'm dreadful to send him to school every morning knowing that there's a student who throws chairs, trash can, other objects around that can physically hit other kids, and then physically assaults the teacher by yelling and creating a non-conducive teaching environment, educational environment. In addition, after my son started peeing his pants a couple of weeks ago, I started looking into what had led to these events. And my son told me that the same classmate has been shoving in his face the old quiet coyote sign that was forbidden, which my son communicated to the student that means death to Armenians, and the student is eliciting a response from my son. It's a known Turkish terrorist organization sign known as Grey Wolves, which the school district forbid about a year ago. And this sign was made illegal by France and is internationally recognized as hate speech. And I understand this kid would be expelled if the behavior was egregious in nature. However, we should be proactive instead of reacting to a horrible event, which is not if it happens, but when it happens, when this kid is aggressive and dangerous pretty much every single day in the class. This is not why we're paying such high property taxes in our neighborhood that supports the school and pretty much all of your wages. And for this kid to disrupt the class every day by yelling and posing grave danger to the surrounding of the kids and the teacher herself. So please advise of the time frame the school district is anticipating to stop this behavior within before a decision is made to involve federal authorities by filing a Title IX civil rights complaint.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Hoffman, I trust you are a designee will connect with the gentleman. Thank you.
Next public comment via Zoom is Joel Boyd.
Mr. Boyd, you're You seem to be muted. We're ready for you. Can you hear me, Mr. Boyd? Okay, sounds like Mr. Boyd is not available. I'm going to close public comment for items not on the agenda. Oh, I apologize. Thank you. So that was Zoom going to blue cards. Good, go team. So Ms. Jamerson, do we have blue cards for items not on the agenda?
Yes, Madam President, we have blue cards, starting with Stephen Ruiz, followed by Amanda Jimenez.
Do we have those folks in the room?
Stephen Ruiz.
Good evening, board members. First off, I distributed some literature when I came into the room. I believe you all have it. Outlines and organization go beyond grades. And I'll just reference you to that, and any concerned parent here as well. If you can go to that site, I recommend it. Also, I work in IT, and I have for almost 30 years. And every 3 months, every 6 months, or every year, we have to be certified in all of our disciplines on a regular basis. If we don't pass our certification, we lose that certification and we can't maintain that discipline for our job. Now, the teachers in the school district, I don't know what certification or what vetting process they go through, but I'm really concerned because I see a lot of lack there. And I don't know what the policy or the procedures are, but I'd like to find out. Going on, I'm sure you're all aware of the notice of procedural safeguards. That's T21-822. Specifically the idea and the fate outlined in that particular document. Now, as a parent, my student has gone through several years and has struggled vehemently. And we've asked for assistance from the school to bring my child up to par at where she should be as a senior this year, and she's not even close. Now, I've made requests and I've done the proper procedures to do so. I've had to obtain counsel to come to the school and ask for an IEA, which is my right to ask for it, and they've stonewalled me for 2 years to get that done. It finally was completed this summer, and a 41-page report was completed for my child, pinpointing and indicating all her shortcomings and all the assistance she needs. Now, the school has yet to act on that, and I'm again getting delays and excuses. They're telling me it's going to take 60 days. I can't wait that long. My daughter is very far behind, and she continues to fall even more behind. And I'm having to pay out of my pocket to secure a tutor and assistance for her just to bring her up to speed. Now, I've already gone through this once before with my oldest daughter. She's a product of Consumers High School. I will be very blunt and state her diploma that was given to her was nothing more than a participation program because she was ill prepared for the secondary level of education. She went to Sacramento City College to apply there. They had her placement testing, and they told her that she would have to take numerous remedial courses just to be brought up to speed before she began taking her courses for her major. She got discouraged. She ended up dropping out.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you, sir.
We have Amanda Jimenez, followed by Gandhi Wright.
Hello. I'd like to use my time today to first thank the board. Having been a safety officer on a Little League board.
Can you get a little closer to the mic? We want to make sure people can hear you.
Having been a safety officer on a Little League board of directors, I can imagine we get thrown at you pretty often. Thank you for continuing to preserve the First Amendment rights of our students. At every meeting I've been to so far, I've only been to a few, there's a handful of people that come up to the podium and call our board of directors groomers for protecting that right. Some books contain uncomfortable material. and some even have heinous acts, but they are not glorified in these books. Their intention is educational. At every meeting, the most graphic scenes that can be found of rape and molestation are read aloud, then have the audacity to describe them as children engaging in sexual activity. No one should be coming up here to imply that rape is engaging or consensual. Rape is something that happens against your will. So when I sit in the back and I listen to our district officials being called groomers because these scenes are interpreted as consensual or engaging, it's disgusting. There is such an organized effort to shield children from learning to organize or to recognize concerning behavior and to limit children's ability to talk about being brave enough to speak up when something's bad. Why is there so much push to prevent students from learning to organize and recognize that these acts are wrong? Over and over, we hear the same penal codes cited, but never in their entirety. On the California legislation website, the Penal Code 311, that's been stated here multiple times, also states that this does not apply to the activities of law enforcement and prosecuting agencies in the investigation and prosecution of criminal offenses or to the legitimate medical, scientific, or educational activities or to lawful conduct between spouses. I'd like to request that if you decide to implement any kind of book restrictions, that it's considered to go before a board of equity, some department that would be able to ensure that anything that's being limited is done with equity and inclusion at the core. Thank you.
I have Gandhi Wright, followed by Emily A.
Hello. So last year was a difficult year to be a parent of an LGBT student. It was a difficult year to be a lover of librarians and books and reading. And it was difficult to hear things that were said at the board meetings every month last year. And I'm sure it was a difficult year to be a board member. We saw the rise of Moms for Liberty in Florida, book banning across Florida, and then that's also made its way here in California. The temperature has increased, the hate has increased, and we saw Laura Ann Carlton, a mom of 9, get shot outside of her store for hanging a LGBT pride flag. The hate in our community has gotten extreme. And it is a small group of people, but they're a vocal group of people. The shooter of Laura Ann Carlton belonged to a school board group, an online Instagram and Facebook group called Leave Our Kids Alone. That's a spinoff of Moms for Liberty. A lot of the same tactics and speech are used on those social media pages for Leave Our Kids Alone. If you Google, or if you get on Facebook or Instagram and look at Elk Grove School Board, you can find local groups, Informed Parents of Elk Grove, Mom Army, and here in Elk Grove, Leave Our Kids Alone, the exact same name. And the messaging from Moms for Liberty, the same kind of LGBT attacks, political messaging, that's all on our local Leave Our Kids Alone group. So I think it's important just for the board to recognize that there's 2 groups of parents here. There's the group of parents that are advocating for their students. My daughter loves her high school experience. She's had a chance to blossom, to grow. She's had just an excellent time in her high school. And that isn't just an accident. It's architecturally, purposely driven that she's protected as an LGBT student to attend the school here, to be a club president, to do well, to get good grades. Like, that isn't an accident. That's because of our board. That's because of decisions that have been enshrined within the Elk Grove School District. Then there's a second group of parents. And these parents aren't advocating for their students. They're not trying to get special ed resources. They're not trying to get certain books in the library. They're not trying to make a cultural awareness month for their kids. They're advocating to take resources away from other students. And I see that as the paramount difference. You're either advocating for students or you're advocating against students. And a lot of times this advocating against other students is on the moniker of parents' rights. So we have to be aware of that term being associated with these Leave Our Kids Alone movements with Moms for Liberty. I just want to end with a quote from
Thank you. Your time is up.
Oh, okay.
I have Emily A. followed by Emelina.
Good evening and thank you for your time here. Last time I spoke to you, I reminded you that your jurisdiction does not include discriminating against any protected groups in the school district, and your discrimination does not include violating constitutional rights, including the right to read. The Brown Act also does not compel you to accept comment on items you cannot legally consider, so please keep that in mind this evening. Board meetings should not be where hate can be fomented toward marginalized students, and I see you allowing that, and that concerns me. The district includes equity in its commitment and has an educational equity department. In fact, as Ms. Black said, this board has a long history of supporting diversity and equity. On your website, you say equity requires the system to recognize, address, and transform inequalities in policies, practices, and allocation of resources, particularly as they have historically marginalized and oppressed particular populations, e.g. sexism, ableism, racism, classism, homophobia, and xenophobia. Achieving equity is where all outcomes are no longer predicted by identity categories such as race, ethnicity, gender, and socioeconomic status, unquote. Parents' rights will be on an upcoming school board agenda. And I want to remind you again that I do not have the right as a parent to erase other students' protected identities, any of them. And other parents do not have the right to erase queer identities in our student population. We do have the parental right to know that as we are required to have our students in some form of education and we trust our students to this public education system, they will be at least as safe at school as they are at home. I have the right to know that if my students, my children are queer, they will be as safe and represented as any other students in this district. So as you consider parents' rights at an upcoming agenda, I expect you to keep that in mind. And with that in mind, I would ask you to form an equity council of people who have a demonstrated commitment to equity as defined on your website. That kind of history of equity for all students who could offer you free advice and input and screening on any policies you consider to protect you from liability and to protect the students. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Rhett Pennell, followed by Charlotte. Oh, wait, I'm sorry, did I skip? Oh, Emelina, I apologize.
Okay, well, today I will use Martin Luther King's Jr. Quote as a base for my comment here today. You know, Martin Luther King believed that people should not be judged by the color of their skin, but the content of their character. So I'm here today, not judging Nancy Chitis. I am gonna be judging her actions. You know, on August 1st, I sent her an email. On August 8th, I came here to this meeting and made a public comment regarding the Comprehensive Sexual Health Advisory Committee that was being formed. Well, Nancy, you lied to me. You said that you did not know anything about this committee. And but shortly after my meeting here on, my comment here on August 8th, you posted on social media that you were looking for 4 appointments for the advisory committee that you told me you did not know anything about it. If there's something that I cannot tolerate in this life, it's people lying to me. I do not take that well. And believe me, I'm really trying to control my passion here. Not only you could not own up your lie, you tried to make a scene, you tried to gaslight me, saying that I had asked you for a different committee for a different advisory committee, and that was not true, as I emailed you the conversation that we had had. When you talk about divergence viewpoint that you mentioned on your social media, actually you're lying. You're really not looking. All you're doing is really trying to fill up quota space with people that carries your agenda. You really don't want an independent thinker like me. Because if you did, you would consider me for that committee. All these talks about diversity, inclusion, equity has become buzzwords. And it's dead words to me. It means nothing. How can you tell students to be honest, to have respect, to have integrity, when you go about lying in people's face? How could you have told me? Why couldn't you have told me about the process to apply for this advisory committee and allow it naturally to take its course? Oh, but no, you wanted to control the outcome. You see, that's a political game that I don't appreciate and I don't want to play. I really don't want to play that. If you lie about this, what else do you lie about? Can I trust you again? If you lie to me once and you are unapologetic about it, I will not trust anything that comes out of your mouth.
Thank you.
Coming
Time
next
is up.
election, I hope people keep that in mind.
Time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have Rhett Canal, followed by Charlotte.
Okay, thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm on the library committee thing, and I would like to know who will be on it, how will you get the people, and will there be names of who's on it? Will you have teachers, principals, parents? Will you have a diverse community on that? And how will you choose the books? And then once you get to choose the books, will the other parents in the school get to know what's going into the library? And I think that's it. I just have a lot of questions. I haven't heard anything about it. And this is something I'm just going to keep on asking, because I think that we have a right to know how you form the committee. What are you going to really do? That's my question. Okay, thank you.
Since we can't respond to your questions here, ma'am, feel free to email them to us or leave them with the board secretary, and we'll be sure you get a response.
I have Charlotte, followed by Heidi.
Good evening. Thank you for this time. So we as parents have not seen any transparency. We've talked about district policies that you all have. For example, elementary schools, you need permission slips for PG movies. You need permission slips for field trips. You need permission slips for comprehensive sex ed. Those are parental rights. Middle school, the same. But the teachers are protected with the guidance of sexual harassment policies. Prohibited sexual harassment includes, but is not limited to, unwelcome sexual advances, requests for sexual favors, and other verbal, visual, or physical conduct of sexual nature. Submission to or rejection of the conduct by an individual is used as basis for academic or employment decision affecting the individual. The conduct has a purpose of effect of having a negative impact on individuals' academic or work performance, in creating an intimidating, hostile, or offensive educational or work environment. But yet, our children have access to sexually explicit books. Other types of conduct which are prohibited in the handbook and which may constitute sexual harassment include stories, drawings, pictures, or gestures. But again, our students have access to all of that. So I was looking at reported mandating. You all are reported mandated reporters. So you have to report if a child has received pornography, yet we have it in our libraries. You have to report a child who receives sexually explicit images from someone who is aware that they are under 18, but yet we have it in our libraries. You are also supposed to report sexual abuse of any kind, but everything that's described in here is in those books in the library. So you all are telling us as mandated reporters that it's okay to hand these children who are minors these sexually explicit books. So there's a huge hypocrisy right there. And I think you all need to reevaluate that. We're only asking the sexually explicit books to be monitored. They are not literary, whatever they're calling them. They're filth. And it's embarrassing that you all are mandated reporters and you all are allowing it. Thank you.
Thank you. Heidi, followed by Laureen Pryor.
Thank you. So I'm actually not here today to talk about the porn you have in libraries. Instead, I'm reminding you that Education Code Section 3529 2.5 requires all restrooms to be clean, operational, and stocked with paper products and soap. It also requires that restrooms remain available to students during the school day. Education codes also require 1 toilet per 30 female students, 1 toilet per 50 male students, and 1 urinal per 100 male students. Now, in March, I made you all aware that PGHS was closing most of its bathrooms throughout the day, sometimes only leaving 1 bathroom open per gender. And since that time, there has been no change. And additionally, this year, I've discovered that CAMS also has many closed bathrooms. Now, although some of you may have visited PGHS to take a selfie for our social media, have any of you visited these schools to ensure bathrooms are open and functional? I specifically emailed Ms. Albiani about the bathrooms as she is the assigned trustee for these schools. Her response was questioning if I had been in touch with the schools, which she knows I have. So why is it my job? I've made the district aware of the problem. Why has no one visited this school? Why has the district not taken action? There are literally kids checking out of school to go home and poop. And if you don't believe me, ask the administrators, ask the students. They're checking out to go home and poop because they can't poop at school. Not to mention girls who are menstruating, running around the school trying to find the magic bathroom that's open so they don't have an issue or an accident when they're menstruating. I was told once it was a budget issue due to the lack of security and because there's vandalism. Well, if it's a budget issue, I'm sure there's plenty of places you can pull money from. For example, you just voted to give the superintendent a raise and he makes more than $500,000 with benefits. Let's take from the top so our kids can use the bathroom. There's plenty of other places we can cut from too, and if you want, I can expose that. But it's time that you take action and actually put kids first. Because after all, that's what you keep saying you're all here to do. So it's time to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Laureen Pryor, followed by Lisa Stanley.
Good evening, long time no see. It's been a while only because we've been super busy dealing with other issues in other school districts. I did want to get up and thank Ms. Gina for attending our Black grad. Thank you for the kind words that you said on the video because it was a surprise to me. I didn't realize that the work that we're doing was actually having the impact that it's having until I listened to the words, your words, the chief's words, and some of the other people that were in attendance. So I wanted to thank you. Additionally, Joe Boyd is online and he's wondering why you guys couldn't unmute him, and he's ready to give his public comment. So if that can, if y'all can redo that or whatever it is that you do to get him on. He said it was interesting because he's still using the same device and for some reason he couldn't be unmuted. With that, we have another year. It's a whole nother year. I am hoping that there won't be a victory lap with your suspension numbers, and I'll be back to comment on that as well. Because from my standpoint, I've been here since 2018, talking about the same stuff over and over again, seeing very little movement, a lot of resistance, a lot of gaslighting, a lot of wasting time when these futures of these kids are at stake. I'm tired of coming here with the same things. I'm tired of hearing from parents just today, and I couldn't get back to the parent. Her child is now being put up for expulsion. This child has had numerous issues in this district, including your staff putting their hands on her. They changed schools, and it's the same type of situation continuing to occur. So my question is, at what point do we start to hold adults accountable? Accountable for the way they do children, accountable for the way they mistreat children, accountable for just giving up on kids who we already know have significant issues. What type of programs are you all putting into place and keeping in place? Not the parade of things that you guys kind of trotted out, signed some black orgs to some contracts and then disbanded those contracts and didn't move forward. I want to know about the sustainable programs you all are putting in place to deal with these children who have some issues in this district. I'm not putting myself on the table. I'm just simply asking a question, because at some point we're going to have to get real about what it is that we're seeing. And I'm hearing both sides of the parent argument about free speech. Free speech goes both ways. Everybody doesn't have to like everything. We have to figure out how we can find a happy medium and how we are going to work together and have our children coexist in this environment. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Elisa Stanley.
Hello, my name is Lisa Stanley, and I am a youth advocate with a Black Youth Leadership Project. And we're here another year, 23-24 now. And as much good as we're doing, like Lorraine said about our graduation and just this whole summer of what we have planned for this year and the places we're going to be at program-wide. And yet here we are again with Elk Grove Unified School District, because you guys are in our backyard, right? We live in the same community and we have so many complaints coming out of this school year. It just started. And it's unfortunate how many times we have to come up here and nothing has been done. I have only been with BYLP for the last 3 years and no movement, right? The same things, and just the complete disregard for the Black stories that come out of here is just, it's gut-wrenching, right? But I'm not gonna let it dim our lights because other school districts are picking up on us, right? And they see the need, and we are in places. But it's really unfortunate that right here in our own backyard that you guys are not have not implemented us. And like Lorraine said, we're not on the table. But that doesn't mean it's not going to stop us from showing up and giving our Black youth a voice, because that's what we're passionate about. That's what we're here for. And that's what we are going to continue to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam President, that is the end of the blue cards for items not on the agenda.
Okay, so per Ms. Pryor's comment, Mr. Boyd said that he's still on. Mr. Mate, are you able to see that? Okay, since we are still in public comment for items not on the agenda, I'm happy to give it another shot. I see it looks like he is no longer muted. Mr. Boyd, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Go ahead, sir.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Madam President, board members, Ms. Avalos, Superintendent, and guests that are there. Thank you, Ms. Pryor, for getting my message to the board. Yeah, at the last special school board meeting, I wanted to try to give a public comment. Again, this perception, the school district that parents are having a decreased voice in the community with voting down parents' rights, making recommendations that board members have to request for upcoming agenda items in private, outside of the public view, disbanding committees, again, are examples of the school district taking away the voices of parents. I know the buzzword of parents' rights can be associated with other organizations that, have extreme views that they bring to the board that the board does not have the legal right to even entertain. But parents need to have more voice in the community and in the school district. And I would like the school district to, give parents a little bit more of a voice. The parent that talked about the restrooms and finances. You could have brought that to a finance committee member, but the finance committee has been disbanded. I saw the last workshop meeting. You're going to have the ad hoc committee getting together in 2014. I guess that's a start. But however, you're taking away the voices of the parents, and it's this perception that the school district is starting to display that you don't want parent voices, especially at a time when you need to have more community members who are willing to engage with the district, not to come and complain, but to have a vested interest in making sure the school district remains an excellent school district, because it is an excellent school district, but it's only going to remain excellent if the board changes their ways and start allowing parents to be more engaged in the conversations and where things are going in the school district. I want to close also because I didn't get a chance to get my comment about some of the behavior of the board members that were shared. I won't repeat a lot of it, but it is obvious that not all board members are prepared for board meetings, and that takes away from public engagement. And we deserve better. The board members need to be prepared, for these board members so that it doesn't infringe on the time that the public has. Let's do better. The community wants to do better. We're all engaged because we believe in the school district, and I would like to see the school district kind of reverse some of the ill-advised actions that they've taken by taking away the engagement and voices of the parents. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Boyd. We have one more blue slip for items not on the agenda. Go ahead, Ms. Jamerson.
I have Jess Carlson.
Good evening, Board President, Chair Espinoza, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. My name is Jess Carlson. I am a parent, a small business owner, admin of the Elk Grove Book Club, and an LGBTQ ally and activist. I would like to address all of the kids in this district and in this town tonight. I want you to know that if there's a book out there that has been banned or is being considered as a book worth banning that reflects you in any way, shape, or form, it is not an invalidation of who you are, of your journey, of how important your experiences are. You matter. You matter to me. You matter to my family. You matter to all the people in Elk Grove who know and understand true love and acceptance, and we support you always. The Moms for Liberty group that keeps showing up here in yellow shirts keeps trying to erase the reality of our world, the reality of our children. My child will not be erased. Her peers will not be erased. The highest form of knowledge is empathy, for it requires us to suspend our egos and live in another's world. To all LGBTQ+ students, as your mainstream parents, we believe you. We know you deserve the same care that all youth should have access to. We will continue to advocate for you to show up as your whole selves. We love you. We are in awe
of your courage to show up and live authentically. And we will keep fighting against people like Heidi Moore, Emelina Mendoza, Veronica Garcia, and all the other opinions of no value because they know nothing of the subject. Thank you.
Thank you. So that concludes public comment on items not on the agenda. Our next item is the Yes, sir. Yes. We have closed public comment, but thank you. Next item on the agenda. We have closed public comment.
We had not.
And I
closed.
close public comment, folks. I'm being as flexible as possible, letting folks come back if they're having technological issues. At some point, we have to close public comment. So we have closed it. Thank you. Thank you. So our next item is consent agenda. I did get a note, thank you, from one board member about some items that are going to be pulled. Ms. Lavasser, do we have any public comments via Zoom on the consent agenda?
Madam President, we have no public comments via Zoom for this item.
Thank you. Ms. Jamerson, do we have any blue cards on this item?
We have no blue cards on this item.
Okay, folks, if there are any conversations, they need to take place outside, please, so the meeting can proceed. Okay, okay. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that, folks. We do need to proceed with the meeting, okay? Okay, so no blue cards. All right, folks, let's see. So before I call for a motion, we've had a request to remove items 13, 18, 19, and 34 from consent for discussion. May I have a motion for items 1 through 40, except for 13, 18, 19, and 34? Moved by Mr. Bettis and seconded by Ms. Jamerson. All in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Those items are approved unanimously. Mr. Bettis, can you speak to number 13, please?
Number 13, approval to purchase Chromebooks, computers, accessories, and related equipment. Just recently in the Sacramento Bee, they had a big 2-page article regarding Chromebooks that were going to be outdated. Well, they are outdated now, 3 to 4 years. And I was wondering if our staff was aware of the lifespan of these Chromebooks, and if they did a feasibility study versus buying the Chromebooks, we could possibly purchase actual PCs, computers for these students, because, you know, back in when was the last time we purchased these? These old Chromebooks you cannot update the software. So we're going to be in this predicament again, spending millions of dollars. So I was wondering if staff considered doing a feasibility as a cost.
So we're fully aware of that.
Okay,
issue, and it's been built into the replacement process. One of the things that's actually happened, the machines actually hold up really well. There was an issue with the software not being supported, but the actual vendors have actually extended those amounts of time now, so that's less of a problem. The Chromebooks is the right solution for making sure each of our kids has an electronic device, works very well. Expense-wise, significantly less expensive than a laptop, and have worked very well for us. Still a lot of work. I mean, you're talking about 63,000 kids and every kid having having a machine, and then building in a cycle for replacing them every 4 years as they go through the cycle. So a lot of work has been done, an immense amount of work has been done and analysis, and it is the right solution for us.
Well, I would have liked to see that, because the fact that, you know, the way they pointed out, you know, some districts are going to go PCs. And so I just was wondering, so, you know, it would be nice that we would see that analytical background of that particular item.
Okay.
Number 18.
Well, Mr. Bettis, let's take those one at a time, okay? Thank you. Those are kind of known issues, so appreciate you bringing those up for us. Do we have a motion?
Move approval of item number 13. Second.
Second. Moved by Mr. Fortuna. I think I heard Mr. Vargas second. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That item is approved unanimously. Mr. Bettis, would you like to speak to item number 18?
Okay, approval to award RFP number 763-23/24 healthcare per diem staffing services. This is the article I mentioned to you that I felt like we should have had discussed this item in closed session regarding staffing, because I feel that it's almost like contracting out of our nurses. Some of these positions could be done by some of our, health assistant school nurses. And so I was wondering, I would like to have a full discussion in closed session regarding this issue with all the board members and how they feel. As of today, I don't have any idea of what my fellow board members feel on this issue.
It's not a closed session item at all, and it's an RFP process that the board approved doing the RFP process, which was done publicly, and we had entities that submitted their solutions within the RFP work, and these are very public work and is now having the board take action on this work. So I don't know anything that could be more public than the RFP process.
Okay, with that, do we have?
Hold on, I have another question.
On number
And the other issue I have with this item, that we are going to assign or authorize the director of purchasing or designee to execute the renewals of the terminated ones. Now, don't we have?
That's their job.
Purchasing unit, that's the ones
That's
that
her
buy
job.
equipment, things that, do they have expertise in this arena?
Absolutely.
Purchasing? Where they
Absolutely.
buy vehicles, buses and all this?
I don't know how much more I can say.
Do they-
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay, do they have health background? This is the
These
healthcare
folks didn't do.
issue.
If you
And I don't
stop-
understand.
If you stop for a minute.
Well, I'm still talking.
No,
What
because
it
you
is
asked
me.
12 questions, but you never wait for the answer.
Okay,
So the RFP process, there's a group of people who fully understand the needs of the RFP that do the analysis. The purchasing folks carry out the RFP once the decision's been made by the qualified people within the district to decide which vendors are the RFP we're going to use. So highly qualified people make the decision about what vendor we're going to use. The purchasing folks are highly qualified to make sure that that is carried out. So all of that is in place, yes.
so they would be following the scope of work and duties and all that of this contract, correct?
Yes.
Okay, very good. And so the other issue, what were the criteria for the termination of those other providers? I like to see and look at that. So if you can provide that to me to see how they were terminated, I like to see that, if that was from the purchasing unit or from health consultants.
So you need to set up an appointment so we could do that.
You can just send me the
I'm
information.
not going to send it to you. You can set up an appointment so we can provide you that information.
Yeah, I like to, you just send it to all our
You can
our
set
board
up an
members.
appointment to review that information.
Okay.
I move approval of item 18. I second.
We have a motion by Mr. Fortuna, seconded by Mr. Vargas, all in favor of approving item number 18 on the consent agenda. Please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. The item is approved unanimously. Mr. Bettis, would you like to speak to item number 19? Yes, sir.
Approval of award of additional contract under RFP number 760-2223. Expanding learning opportunities program and after-school education service and safety. This is a very important program, which I support 100%. But it says here the rationale, it says there were 24 firms that we had. By the closing date of May 4th, 2023, 11 proposals were received. Now, did we fund all those 11 or 12? Because when I look at this list, there are 12 contractors, that, or 12 elementary sites or school sites that we are funding. But up here, up above, it says 11. So
We received
we
11
not do
proposals.
one of those?
We did not,
those?
you don't have a different vendor for each school. Oftentimes, one vendor will serve more than one school.
Mhm.
So we had 11 proposals, those were evaluated.
Yeah, but like I said, I'm counting 12 elementary or sites, school sites. They're all elementary, but yet you meant, so did we actually fund 12 versus 11 or what?
No,
what
so if
they
you look,
did?
if you look across the top of the chart,
Right,
the
yeah.
center, assist, CSD, and catalyst are the 4 vendors.
Correct.
And those are the sites that they're serving
Yes.
that are listed underneath.
So what does 11 refer to then?
The
11.
number of
we had
people, the
11
number of
proposals were
companies
received.
stop. The number of organizations that submitted a proposal.
Right.
Of those, these 4 are the ones that we're using.
Okay.
I'm not sure how much clearer that can be.
Very good. You got that too.
Okay, so are we ready?
Hold on, hold on.
Approval 19. I second.
I have another question. Again, the director of purchasing or designee to execute renewal termination is deemed necessary to take other actions. This is another issue I have regarding the contract analysts who monitors this. Do they have the minimum qualifications to do this? In purchasing, I only knew that, they
Program
Social
people,
services. I wonder if they have social service background.
program
Health-
people
Mr.
are
Bettis,
still
pause.
responsible for evaluating programs.
Yeah.
Purchasing folks carry out the contracts. That's their responsibility.
So having settled once again that we do have the right experts doing the right jobs, I believe we had a motion from Mr. Fortuna, a second from Mr. Vargas on item 19 on consent. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That is approved unanimously. Mr. Bettis, item 34 on consent.
34, contract approval for Sacramento Cal Students Opportunity and Access Program Consortium Memorandum of Understanding. I'm looking at this with my equity lens, and it doesn't look very good that Florin High School did not get funded under this program. And I want to know, why didn't Florin High School get funded for these positions or these services?
Ms. Avey can speak to that for you.
What?
Someone's coming up to answer.
So the contract that you have before you is for tutoring services that are related to the AVID program. So those are all site-based funds, where part of what the course provides is ongoing tutoring to students who are enrolled. So sites either contract with SCOE, in this case, where they train the tutors and pay for the service, or they provide tutoring on their own. So the 4 sites listed there have chosen to work with SCOE, and they've done that because they have more sections of AVID. So they're not able to meet the need at their school site. It's all of that follow-up work for AVID is part of site-based funds. So Florin High School didn't have the need to contract with SCOE.
So how many AVID site classes do they have with it? And how many AVID classes are there at Valley?
I think that's outside the scope of this item, Mr. Bettis.
What is it? We're talking about AVID.
We don't have that number off the top of our heads.
Well, anyway, Florin High School did not get funded. You have 7 tutors
They
at Valley
chose-
High School,
They
and I think
chose-
that is not fair.
Mr. Perez, you're stating it wrong again.
Yeah, it
The
says right
site,
here.
the site chose how to spend site dollars. This isn't the district telling the site how to do their work. This is how the site is choosing to use dollars that are allocated to the school site to meet the needs of their school. And those folks know that work. Now, we support them. We ask questions, but Florin has taken care of their need for tutors in a different way. These 4 schools, of all the schools that we offer Avid, these 4 schools are choosing to do it in this manner. If each of the school site plans, the local LCAPs that they've done, each of the schools has spelled out how they're meeting this need. These 4 schools have chose to do it in this manner, and we're supporting them, and SCOE's supporting them and doing it this way. It's just the way they've chosen to use their own site allocated dollars. Their choice, school site choice.
And you as a superintendent didn't look over this, say, hey, Florence High School, why don't you put a proposal to get some tutors for the ADVIT classes?
It's not a proposal to get tutors.
Yeah, so.
They already have the tutors they need.
For equity, Lens.
Okay.
You know,
I move approval of item number 34.
I don't think Florence High School is giving
Second.
equity in this one.
We have a motion to approve item 34 by Mr.
That's about
Fortuna
right.
and a second by Ms. Albiani. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The item is approved unanimously. We have dispensed with the consent calendar. Next, bargaining units. Are there any bargaining units who wish to address the board? Okay. Next, okay, thank you. I am going to do a 5-minute comfort break and we will come back. Thank you. Okay, folks, we are going to come back and proceed. Our next item. We could have other conversations in the room. Please move outside so we can commence. Thank you. Our next item is the report on reducing exclusionary discipline, which at the board's request has been coming back to us every year for at least a few years now. We were not able to get to this one at our special meeting, our last meeting, so it's carryover. I will begin with public comment. Ms. Lavasser, do we have any public comments via Zoom on this item?
Madam President, we have one public comment via Zoom on this item.
Okay.
He's requested to
Yeah.
speak after the presentation.
Yeah, that's not going to be an option. So the option is to speak right now if there's someone who's willing to speak on Zoom.
There's a difference in what you said between what your practice has been and what our handbook says.
Yeah. And I'm trying to be consistent. I hear you. Absolutely. I was looking them up before this meeting. I always want to be consistent, but we can't allow some people to speak at sometimes and other people to speak at other times. So we have been, since we've been doing this Zoom public comment, been really consistent that that's at a designated time for the convenience of the public. So the opportunity to speak during Zoom, via Zoom is now. So is the individual available? Interested?
It's Joel Boyd. Is he on?
Yes, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We're ready for you.
Yes, I am available. And, as trustee Carmine Forstina stated, and also Superintendent Hoffman, you're not following your rules. And again, it's a prime example of, some of the board members just doing whatever you want to do and not paying any respect to parents' rights. We have the right to hear the presentation, to give public comments, and then the board to have the discussion. That is in your handbook. And if you are choosing, Madam President, to not follow the rules, then that's on you. And just because it is past practice doesn't mean it's the right practice. And you need to pivot and to make a change. I have come to the school board respectfully because I care about the school district. I care about the community I live in. And I never come to the school board in disrespect. And I always, if I have something to say that needs some recommendations, suggestions, I come with a recommendation suggestion. I don't complain. So I am asking you to follow your rules for the presentation to go on and then to give public comment. This is a very serious matter. And again, to not give this topic the due time that it was due at that special board meeting, again, perception to the community is that this is not an issue. This is not a critical enough issue for this board that had put this item on the agenda when people took time away from work to attend these special board meetings. My opinion, these special board meetings should be held at night when you have more parent engagement. But as a parent, I allotted time to hear this topic. It was not covered. And now you're willing, Madam President, you are now willing to wax and wane between the rules of your own handbook to, again, diminish public engagement and public comments. And it's appalling. So I am going to ask for you to follow your handbook rule to allow the presentation to occur and then allow me to give my public comment. That is my ask.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Boyd. I'm going to stick with the process that is on our agenda that we have been using the entire year. I can't get into a conversation with the public commenter, but I will say, and also in response to Mr. Fortina's comment, the discrepancy that has been pointed out has been noted, and we will absolutely talk about that and endeavor to align all of the authority and make sure that we are consistent. So I do appreciate that point. But for today's meeting, we're going to stick with the process that we have in this agenda. Okay. Do we have another public comment via Zoom?
Madam President, we have no other public comments via Zoom for this item.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any blue cards, Ms. Jamerson?
Yes, we have Laureen Pryor.
I too would have liked to hear the information before making my public comment. What I would say, since I don't know the plan, I hope you have a hell of a lot of plan. You got all these people up here, and for the last 5, 6 years, you haven't been able to come up with one. So I'm hoping that I'm going to hear something that talks about why the numbers are the way that they are, why they continue to be as astronomical as they are. I want to know how they're different based on whether the enrollment is down or up. I want to know the disaggregated data of your foster youth and your students with disabilities, because those numbers are atrocious. And then I want to know specifically what you're going to do to curb the suspensions and expulsions of your Black students. That's what I want to know. I've been asking that same question for multiple years. I have yet to have an adequate answer. And so that's what I'm going to be listening for. And I'm actually really disgusted that I can't hear the information first. I mean, I read it. It's the same stuff on school dashboard. There's nothing specific going on. These are self-reported numbers. I want to know the actual numbers. I want to know what's really going on your campuses. Are you using on-campus intervention still? Are you still doing on-campus suspension and not marking it? I want to know all of that. And so I hope that's going to be covered in this presentation, because I'm listening. I'm all ears.
Thank you. Does that conclude public comment, Ms. Jamerson?
Yes, it does.
Okay. With that, I'm going to ask up Dr. Graywall and Mr. Schweitzer to kick off the presentation.
All right. Good evening, Board President Chires Espinoza, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. We're here this evening to present on reducing exclusionary discipline to the board. The format for this evening, Dr. Graywall will share our guiding principles. Then we'll hear from our elementary and secondary education directors, Martin Fine and Richard Gutierrez. They'll share student climate data and successful practices. Then we'll hear from our school principals, and they'll provide reports from John Santon, Katie Hedrick, Andy Johnson, and Charles Amy.
Hello again. So our 4 bullets that are our guiding principles. So we continue to believe that the behavior incidents are to be dealt with educationally rather than punitively. We also believe that eliminating disproportionality is a necessity. The 3rd bullet is the principle that reducing exclusionary discipline results in increased student connectedness. And the last bullet, it's important that classroom behavior is conducive to learning, and school safety is a foundational expectation.
Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity to share our year-end discipline data for the 22-23 school year. As we continue to support our students by examining our practices and calibrating our approaches to reducing disproportionality and exclusionary discipline, we're pleased to report that the overall number of students that were suspended continues to decline. For the data sections tonight, we're going to be showing certain statistics that are commonly used when reporting suspension data. First, we're going to review the number of suspended students. This is the number of students who received 1 or more suspension during the school year. And then we will review the numbers of suspensions where we count every suspension incident that occurred. So 1 is a student count, 1 is an incident count. Our first table here shows the end of the year, end of the year number and percentage of suspended students. There are 2 sets of data, 21-22 compared to 22-23. And within each year, there are 3 data points: enrollment, number of suspended students, and percentage of suspended students. And then down the left-hand side, you'll see that we have the district and then the 3 levels of education, elementary, middle, and high school. And in each one of those bands, we've got our 3 subgroups: African-American, foster youth, and students with disabilities. Okay. So to start with the district, excuse me, Overall, number of suspended students in 21-22 were about 2,800. 4.2% of the enrollment. Last year, we reduced that to 2,509 students, a reduction of almost 300 to a percentage of 3.8. With our African-American students, we also saw a reduction of almost 90 students. We went from 843 to 761. Foster youth declined as well, from 56 students down to 47. And our students with disabilities from 686 down to 666, a reduction of 20 students. Our elementary schools followed a similar trajectory. Overall, we had 453 students that were suspended in 21-22. We reduced that by almost 80 to 375. In our African-American subgroup, we went from 137 students down to 112. Foster youth and students with disability followed suit at 14 to 3, and then 135 down to 131.
As into our middle school and a high school, kind of a little bit of the same trend, with exception of 2 subgroups. For our middle school, our complete number of students is 1,111. Then that would be 11.4 to reduce last year to 1039 to 10.8. With our African-American subgroup, 313 for 21-22 to 295 on 22-23. And then with our foster youth, we did had a slight increase, but from 14 students to 16 students. And with our students with disability, 227 to 255, slight increase as well with those 2 subgroups. With our high schools, continuing the trend of reduction as well with the number of suspended students from 1180 to 1022. From African-American students, subgroup 379 to 328. Our foster youth 98 to 25. Student with our disability 309 to 263. Here is a visual representation on the data provided to you on the previous slide. You can see how the subgroups for foster youth, African-American, student with disability, and overall our EGUSD has had a reduction slope from 18-19 to 22-23. You do notice that foster youth had a slight increase by 1% here, but the number of those are slightly only about 10 students of those numbers. And but the rest of our subgroups, we have seen a reduction of every subgroup within our SDMR. Here is a percentage of students by other category subgroups. You see that also that in every category, we have had a reduction of suspension over time from 2018 to this year to last year, 22-23. With exception of 1 subgroup that you see here, which is our Native American students that had a slightly increase from 21-22 to 22-23. You see that our COVID impacted year is not here because we didn't collect the data on that for that year. And for our 2019-2020 is only for Q1 to Q3 because that's when we went to COVID on that last quarter of the year for that specific school year. But nonetheless, in every subgroup, you'll see that there has been a reduction of suspensions over time with every subgroup. Continuing with other student groups, we see here our foster student group again that we talked about before, but also we included our homeless students. You can see also a visual representation of the work that the sites have done over time. Student with disability, as well as their socioeconomic disadvantaged students as well. In our district overall, and then our EL students too, they have over time had a reduction of suspensions. And again, this is for suspended students and not incidents. We'll talk about the incidents in a few minutes. And again, you do not see here 2021 and 19 and 20. There's only a representation of Q1, Q2, and Q3 all the way to March.
Okay, this next table shows end of year number and rate of suspension incidents. That's different from the number of actual students. This illustrates the number of incidents that the students from the first chart were suspended for, meaning that some students have been suspended multiple times for different incidents. So following the same structure, starting with the district, We went from almost 5,000 suspensions in 21-22 down to 4,200 last year, with a reduction of about 780. With foster youth, we went from 123 down to 109. And students with disabilities from almost 1,500 down to 1,335, or almost 100 less. With elementary schools, we started 21-22 with 599 suspensions, and last year we were able to reduce that to 575. And although we did see a reduction in the actual number of African-American students and students with disabilities that were suspended, we did see a slight increase in the incidence resulting in suspension for these two subgroups. With our African-American subgroup and 21-22, we are at 180 suspensions, last year at 204. And students with disabilities, 190 up to 235. Our foster youth continued to reduce from 17 to 7.
And it's the same trend like such for middle school and high school. You see that our overall middle school first suspension incidents, we had about 2,450 to 2021. For African American, 896 incidents, reduced to 708. Our foster youth, 40 suspension incidents to 53. They had kind of like it goes with a little bit together with the number of suspended students that we had on the previous slide. However, with a student with disability, 662, although we had an increased number of suspension students with disability, we also noticed a decrease on suspension incidents with that same subgroup to 605. Our high schools, 1867 number of incidents to 1512 for last year. 652 with African-American students to 509, foster youth 98 to, 64 to 44, and students with disability 555 to 476 number of incidents in those 2 years. So as you can see, again, there has been a slight reduction on overall for year to year. In regards to suspension incidents, this is just again another visual representation in regards to what the previous numbers are. It just kind of to point out that they are being reduced in every separate category there.
Okay, to give you kind of a visual, this is kind of hard to see. On the right-hand side, we've got the ed code violations that happened last year and the number of ed code violations. On the left-hand side was schools' response to those ed code violations. The dark blue representing other means of correction, the light blue aqua representing teacher managed, and then the orange were suspensions. So if you look at the very top line on the right, 48,900K is the ed code violation there, which is defiance and disrespect. There were about 10,000, almost 500 incidents of that last year. And as you can see on the left-hand side, 99% of those were handled either by the teacher themselves or the site using alternative means. And then 1% was met with suspension. Whereas if you let your eyes, drop downward, you can see that some of the I shouldn't say mandatory suspensions, but some of the more intense ed code violations that were met with suspension, things like fighting or possession of drugs or weapons, alcohol on campus, you can see that the most of those were met with suspension, and not immediately. I have to say on all of them, I know that our sites follow progressive discipline as well. Furthering our responses to behavior incidents, based on all the incidents, and there were about 46,000 behavior incidents last year, 9% of those received a suspension. That's a decrease from 11% in 21-22. So that means then that 91% received something else. And of that 91%, about half received a teacher managed classroom type response. That's an increase from 21-22, and that's what we would like to see. 17% received some kind of admin student conference, which is a decrease, more likely due to the increase in teacher managed responses. 18% received a detention, which is a decrease from 21%, and then 8% received some type of mediated response, such as restorative conversations or student contracts. That's an increase from 3% in 21-22. So we want to call out some successful practices at the district level. To start, our discipline guideline really does provide site admin in schools a guideline, and allows them to collaborate and calibrate student outcomes when it comes to the response for discipline. Obviously, the board adopted law enforcement relative to student behavior back in 2018. Our Student Support and Health Services Department, constant support with our sites with PBIS and the MTSS process. Thank you. We have many other interdepartmental supports, including our School Improvement Support Office, which supports our schools, helping them allocate resources and the supports that they have. Our FACE department with home visits, they're looking at chronic absenteeism, always a great support. Our Ed Equity department helping with diverse clubs on campuses, restorative practice training, and DEI support. And then finally, our Curriculum Professional Learning department, who, through the instructional framework that they're bringing about with teachers, are really helping solidify that teaching and learning and help students connect more at school and become more engaged in the high quality instruction. Every month we have trainings for principals and vice principals where we take real scenarios that we've encountered at school sites and we have them discuss, we have them analyze the discipline data, and they get together and look at how can we change some of the outcomes maybe that have already occurred moving forward. And then our district trainings for staff, including mindfulness, restorative practices, all of them supporting better mindsets to address discipline.
So moving into site, school level things that we do to be able to reduce our number of suspensions. And when we say reduce, it's not necessarily we're reducing, right? It's the work that our schools are doing to get us here. It's very important to highlight that our schools are really invested in regards to calibrating year to year, looking at their data, looking and making progress via their LCAP, collaborating with colleagues, doing research. So with that has brought us, for example, for use of the discipline matrix with Fidelity. Our campuses, kind of like Mr. Fine just reported, every year we do meet with our vice principals and principals to go over vignettes, examples in regards to things that occur in our campuses and how we address those. Before they used to go zero tolerance suspended for 5 days automatically for things. Nowadays we do other means of corrections, which has helped a lot in regards to restoring the culture of the school with those students. Is really important for them and for our schools to calibrate and look at the matrix in regards to when certain students break certain laws or certain rules, what are the discipline and what is the guidance principles in regards to how to support them, because there are students, they're going to come back to our campuses. We want to make sure that they calibrate and to support them upon their return. Which part of it that goes with our multi-tier systems of support in TSS and positive behavior interventions. As we know, our schools are always looking into making sure that they have a positive culture on our campus. They create the values around PBIS and they collaboratively work with our counselors and mental health therapists that we have on campus that help support that. And part of that, it is to make sure that we intervene with alternatives to suspension, including restorative practices, wellness centers, IEPs, teams to collaborate, and mental health and therapists to support, and to include our foster coordinators, or rather that they work with on our campuses. They started to collaborate whenever our foster kid homeless are being suspended. They talk to each other to make sure what supports are we going to offer upon their return or the reasons why they're being suspended. Hence the use of tier 2 practices to identify primary cause of students' behavior. We want to get to the root. Where are these coming from? Right? What is this behavior? Is it something that we can control? And if it is not something we can control, how can we support those families or those students to make sure that they are being supported upon their return? Regularly monitoring disintegrated school data. So for the past 2 years, I can speak that every time that we have opportunity to go over this with our vice principals to calibrate, to look at data, we have equipped them with monitoring their own data. And when they do that, they look at the practices they have on the LCAP, and they make necessary changes as needed, or whenever we need to make sure that the support services that we have on our campuses are supporting the needs of our students. In addition to those school level practices, we have, of course, the additional ESSER funded staffing supports that we have implemented in the past 2 years, where it allow us to bring vice principals, mental health therapists, counselors, campus supervisors, academic interventionists, and teachers and social workers, which of course, this brings an array of support services to our students to really get into the root causes of those needs that we have with our students. Improve focus and instructional in connection to social emotional learning competencies in your curriculum. Some of our schools, they do mindfulness right before class. They do, they bring some other things that will help with social emotional, just again, to connect their students to have a more conducive learning environment. Connect our students to campus through clubs and expanded learning, something that we promote and push every day on our campus to make sure that all students are participating in some sort of club or they're engaged in expanded learning. Expand the student voice and decision-making via student equity councils, Black student unions, student government. So since I'm a member, we have brought the voice of our students into our practices, right? We want to hear from the students. We want to hear things that they feel in our campuses. We look at the survey data that we do every year, and we want to make sure that those voices are being heard, hence also being part of the changes on our campuses. And to speak of this school levels, we have our principals here with us that would like to kind of share what they have doing, what's working and what's not. I think, it's important for us to kind of, bring it together and yes, hear from some of them. We're going to start with the elementary, John from Raymond Case Elementary, Katie Hendricks for John Bith Elementary. And then we're going to go with Andy Johnson from James Rauter. I know Ms. Kiplinger is there, but she cannot be here with tonight. So we have asked Mr. Charles Amy to be here with us and talk about the practices that he does at his site. John?
Well, I was planning to be the walk-off home run, so so sorry about that. Members of the board, President Espinoza, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos, thank you so much. It's quite a distinct honor to be able to talk about our best practices for reducing exclusionary discipline at Raymond Case Elementary School. And I would like to speak for all of our elementary schools. To give you a general picture, if you think about 180 days of school, 758 students on campus with 11 recesses a day before school, after school, and after school events, having 3 self-contained special education classrooms on campus, and to have a total of undocumented in Synergy 24 discipline incidents for an entire school year. And that would be including 7 suspensions. So I'm very proud to be able to speak to our exclusionary discipline practices. First of all, I'd like to say that our entire school community has a strong belief in the values that all students will be successful. Our students cannot wait to step a foot out of their car or get on their bicycle and come to school every single day. Every student starts every single day with a fresh start, with warm smiles, a high five or a hug or whatever that student's needing every single day. And the students who need those extra supports, we know who they are, and we make sure to really find those students out. As Dr. Graywall mentioned earlier, student behavior infractions are seen as learning opportunities. We say all students will make mistakes, but the smart ones don't do it again. And we look at our data for repeat offenders, and it's almost non-existent. Our longtime school veterans have helped us anchor that strong vision about the positivity on campus and the belief of all students being learning. And then it goes with relationships with staff. As Superintendent Hoffman said in his opening address to our staff this year, is a connected kid is a kid that's going to be successful. And we believe that all students on Raymond Case campus are connected. And it might not be connected just with their classroom teacher, but it might be our yard supervisor, who we refer to as recess mentors, that has been there for 20 years. There is an incredible spirit, and those children carry the spirit from their classrooms onto the yard, go home and talk about it. And we get to see that. And when somebody mentioned in the meeting about giving parents voice, we have the opportunity to hear our parents' voice through the Parent Climate and Culture Survey. And the results are amazing from what we get back. And that's due to the hard work that our teachers are doing. It also comes from the social emotional surveys that we get from our children for very responsible, 84% of responsible decision making, social awareness at 82%. That's incredible with little ones under the age of 11 or 12. With that umbrella, our Tier 1 PBIS and MTS system is truly incredible. School-wide behavioral expectations are explicitly taught, practiced, reinforced, and we have routines. That helps any child who comes in new to our school. They follow in the routine, and it's just a wonderful place. We, my vice principal and I meet with every student once a month in our monthly team times. And not only here do we focus on SEL, but monthly character traits. We set school goals, and we can also address behavioral concerns that happen at difference between a first, second grade recess and a fifth, sixth grade recess. Our yard supervisors, as I mentioned, we refer to them as recess mentors. And that refers to reaching every child, ensuring student success. They're out there to make sure children are connected. And we have a buddy bench to make sure that children are connected with each other. We don't want children walking around by themselves. And we are very tight in our collaboration with our, I like to say school principal and vice principal and our recess mentors and our supports. And I'll speak to that briefly. Most importantly, through Tier 1 is restorative practices. We are passionate about those restorative practices. And when a child makes a mistake, it is a learning opportunity to spend some time with an adult and building a relationship so that they understand the importance of not doing it again. A consistent SEL curriculum with our new second step program that was adopted last year is taught kindergarten through sixth grade, mindfulness mornings, and all kinds of reflection opportunities. And I'd like to say that our recess games, and that's a large part of the little ones, come from a lot of different backgrounds, but having being very explicit about what we're doing. Children come out and everybody knows what is school rules. And we don't call school rules, we say school expectations. Members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, our Department of Pre-K 6, and all of our other interdepartmental supports, I immensely thank you for what you've done since 2018. I believe Raymond Case Elementary School had 59 suspensions in 2018, and last year we had 7. But that is largely due to the supports coming in through our campus supervisors. And we refer to our campus supervisor as a campus mentor. That campus mentor, if a child we know that child is going to have a challenge in a math lesson, we intercept that child, we help that child, we talk with that child, we spend some time, and we redirect to be able to give that student success to get back into the classroom. It hasn't been mentioned here, but our ESSER-funded academic intervention, it was mentioned, academic intervention teachers. We have 5th and 6th graders providing math interventions, and that is often a time where children found a way to be able to get out of class because they weren't successful. And now children are being connected to the curriculum, being connected to the instruction. Thank you. Mental health supports, MTSS counselors, and just having an entire staff that has an inclusive mindset for all students. I want to thank Ms. Board Member Vargas for visiting Raymond Case Elementary School. It was quite a pleasure last Tuesday. And members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, I extend a welcome to any of you as well. Thank you.
Much shorter than him, and I wanted to go first. I know. Good evening. Thank you for having me. Oh, you didn't really have to do that. Katie Hedrick, I'm the proud principal over at John Reith Elementary. And I'm excited to share with you just a snapshot of the great work going on in our elementary schools. I'll focus a little bit on John Reith, but it truly ties all of the work our elementary schools are doing together. So we believe philosophically in the preventative work, and our school culture and climate are positive. You can walk on any of our school campuses. You will feel like $1 million from the moment you arrive and hopefully to the time that you leave. We start every single day with morning movement and music to get kids excited to be there. Our families and at many of our schools walk, and that culture begins right when we begin. We are centered and focused around the mental and physical health of our students. And that also ties directly into our academics. So at pre-service a few weeks ago, all of us calibrated our foundational practices. And like what John shared, we reviewed our discipline matrix, going over the foundational consistent practices that needed to be at our school sites. And we realigned our commitments to our kids this year. We revised things like cell phone policies, those things that are getting into our students' lives and minds and disrupting our school environments. We calibrated our PBIS walkarounds, and every staff member has been clear, consistent, teaching routines all around our campus. And we align that with our yard staff, our classified staff, our custodians, and our teaching staff. Everybody is on board with teaching those expectations all around campus. And then we calibrated fun things, right? We want kids to be energized and love coming to school. So our monthly rallies are aligned, our character education that we're teaching, our bright spots, how we positively, every school has a system. You could walk on campus, grab whatever their token is and pass it out like candy to all of our students. And they can't wait to earn that little reward just to make them feel good to be there. Themed dress-up days, celebrating birthdays, monthly attendance award. All of these are practices that we realigned our staff with at pre-service. Each of our schools have a second steps or some sort of character education from the 3 that we were able to choose from. And our staffs have been aligning this year to really focus on the mental health of our students, teaching those skills of the preventative work, how to make a friend, what to do and stand up to bullying. October will be that preventative month where we talk about it, but that's something that we talk about all year. So that's a lot of the pre-work that we did at pre-service. Now we focus on what we do every single day in action in every single month. We calibrated our monthly tier 1 team, and that lays the foundation for our expectations. At each of those meetings, we review data. We break it down into each of our subgroups by area, by time, by location, where it's happening, who it's happening to, who it's happening with. And we really look at where do we need to beef up our systems and our practices to support our students. We target strategic areas of concern, and we focus on building that positive vibe to really support those areas. Our tier 2 teams meet almost probably at least twice a month. And we review data even further to the student level. Are we making sure that that student has every intervention possible, not just academically, but mental health? We have counselors on campuses. We have groups going. They talk about many of our students, many of our elementary schools have opened up their rainbow clubs. We have Black student unions from the high schools coming down to support our elementary school kids. So all of these are ways for kids to get involved and connected at school, which in turn reduces suspension rates and behaviors on campus. So we have a lot of ways we can provide with our Care Solace team, and we can get the mental health supports into our students and our families' hands. As Board Member Yang just recently visited the Valley region, we calibrate every single month as a region. So from the high school down to the elementary school, we are calibrating with region goals and talking about the real work going on in our schools and what our students really need. And we align regionally, and this year we're focused on parent nights. And one of the goals of the region is to truly look at the cell phone practices of our middle to high school to elementary, and aligning the parent resources and our student resources in their hands to help prevent some of that stuff that bleeds into our classrooms and on our campus. We also do, and thank you, Mr. Yang, for being there to support us. We really felt that love as a region that you were there listening to our school and our student needs. Each month, each week, we meet as principals, and like Mr. Fine was talking about, we take real scenarios that are going on in our schools. We calibrate how to handle those behaviors. Are we doing the best for our students? Are we giving consequences that are appropriate and fair for our students? Are we teaching them how to reflect and grow, because suspension isn't a one and done. No child returns and like, yes, I will now not make this same mistake again. It's all of that preventative work that truly goes into the mental health, the restorative conversations, the teaching that goes into helping our children learn from their mistakes, because I'm not perfect and neither are they. So we focus at our principal meetings on going really deep and looking at this data. How are we supporting each of our subgroups? So this year, John Wraith, I'll talk a little bit specifically about my school site. We bring this data monthly to our staff meetings. We break it down. We talk about the real kids that we're serving. And we take real life scenarios at a basic site level. And we really truly look at, are we addressing the needs? And we talk about it. We talk about our three goals: our African-American students, our foster youth students, and our students with disability. We know the disproportionality in our district, and it is high at Reith as well. And I would love for it to be something that we are focused on every student getting what they need. And that really aligns with our practices of PD. So this year, a lot of our work went into doing a book study, and it's not a one and done. So please don't think that I'm saying that. But we had 35 staff members sign up to read Challenging Behaviors in Students, because we looked at the data and we're like, whoa, we're not equipping ourselves with enough strategies to support the kids sitting and standing in front of us. And we are starting to have those really tough conversations, especially from our CPL work with the DEI courses that every staff member is taking, to truly start talking about the real work and the real needs of our students. It sparked great conversations with our staff to really see if we are focusing on the needs of our students. And we spent a lot of time talking about those ACEs factors, where drug abuse, alcohol abuse, obesity, depression, suicide, strokes, and more, those are all things and factors that our students and our families are dealing with. And then we bring them to school and we want to educate them. So we can combat some of these factors every day by providing a safe, nurturing, a loving and caring environment for our students. We have to teach coping skills to our kids. We have to address our own biases, each and every single one of us. And we have to have those tough conversations about systematic changes in our educational system, and truly to foster our resilient learners. So that is our focus at John Wraith this year. We're reading as a staff, fostering resilient learners. We can equip ourselves by learning as much as we can about the kids we are truly serving in our classrooms every day. So again, it goes back to building relationships, making connections, understanding trauma and brain development. All of that mental health work is going to decrease our suspensions. I would like 0, of course, and I know with everybody they would. We spend time with our district leaders. We don't take any suspension lightly. We call our directors. We have a team come together before that's ever a decision and a conversation to suspend a child, because we know we need the preventative work and the work on the back end to reteach and give them the skills they need to make it right in the future. So again, we focus on what we control. The preventative work at all of our sites with PBIS walkarounds, those are happening all the time right now. Teachers teaching clear expectations, holding kids accountable, basic routines and structures are strong. Our job is to provide a positive and healthy and loving climate every single day. We're going to do that with high quality instruction in every single classroom, every single day. And we are going to make sure we have monthly lessons with character education. We're going to layer in our mental health supports. It's never enough. We talked about that with Mr. Yang last week. We need as much as we can get into these kids' hands to give them that help and support. We're going to layer in phenomenal teaching practices and educators that are equipped and ready to serve our kids. And we're going to have a whole lot of fun doing it. And John talked about those things with music on the playground, assist, monthly rallies. We want kids to be excited and engaged coming to school. And we're truly building lifelong learners, but though we're building college and career readiness skills, but we're building life skills. We want kids to be ready for the real world. And that all goes back to relationships, relationships, and relationships to do the preventative work to support our kids. So thank you for giving me a moment of your night.
Thank you.
Good evening, board. Taking Keplinger, Pleasant Grove High School. Charles Amy Edward Harris Junior Middle School. We're just going to talk about, I don't want to be redundant in sharing all the practices that we do. The elementary schools and the secondary schools do a lot of the same things. But with the initiatives that we have from Arbinger to DEI to restorative practices, they don't work if you don't have awesome educators who are empathetic, who teach with love, and who are caring. So that's what we have at Edward Harris Junior Middle School. And that's why a lot of our behaviors are mitigated, because we believe in loving our kids first. We meet them at the gates. We meet them at the doors. We have handshakes with our kids. We do a PBIS kickoff, which I'm sure you guys have heard about. But when we do our promotion speech auditions, a bunch of kids without fail talk about their first few days at the middle school campus and how anxious they were, how scared they were. And so we realized the importance of starting middle school off with a positive note. So those first 2 days are about, icebreakers and showing our kids our expectations, our behavioral expectations on every part of the campus, as well as introducing them to caring adults, right? Our staff members, so that when they do have troubled times, which all of our kids will at some point, they have somebody to come and talk to. Also, with that being said, we have a robust restorative practices program, which allows kids to reflect on their behaviors. I mean, how many times have you said, "What do you think? What were you thinking?" to one of your children or to our students? And we actually give them time to process what they were thinking when they did a certain behavior. They get to meet with conflict mediators. So there's peers in the classrooms that get to talk to them about whatever it was that they got in trouble for. Also, we have a bunch of community partnerships. The more mentors I say, the better. So we have Improve Your Tomorrow on our campus, SAT Connect. We have Sweat on our campus. And all these programs give our students mentors that they can connect with and talk to about their various issues. We also host a Unity Day for a select group of our Tier 2 students, so that they can get to know each other and see commonalities versus the differences. We also have a robust advocacy program. So we have Anti-Bullying Day once a month. We also have digital citizenship lessons that they go through once a month. I believe that's big because I don't have the research in front of me, but I guarantee about 50% of the issues we have on campus stem from social media and what somebody said on Instagram or something of that nature. We have a 7 through 12 model with Monterey Trail High School, so we really lean on the high school since it's right next door to provide mentorship and tutoring for our students as well. We have the Monterey Trail Regional Equity Coalition, which is with all of the elementary schools and all the feeder programs. We meet together as principals and discuss ways that we can improve conversations, improve educational outcomes for our African-American students. We get to hear the voice of those students and the parents. We meet quarterly. Also, we just have a strong student support team with our counselors, our social workers, and our school psych. Plus, the FACE program is amazing at Elk Grove Unified School District. Last but not least, we truly believe in the framework for high quality instruction, because engaging lessons always mitigate behaviors in the classroom. So that's what we're doing and we'll continue to do. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Amy.
Good evening. That was a tough stand up right there. The knees are creaking. It's a struggle. I'm gonna raise this up a little bit. We got some. Andy Johnson from James Rudder Middle School. I appreciate your time. Not only come up here, but to celebrate some successes we're having at James Rudder. You know, it's a long ways over there to that side of the district, and there's some good things that are going on. Beginning with before school even started, you know, we talk about pre-service, but let's go back to Jumpstart. When we had close to 70% of our incoming seventh graders attend a program the week before school started. The purpose of this, welcoming a connection with somebody. They're going to connect with somebody from a different school, somebody new up here, but also those teachers. And we know, like, you belong, and there's a success to that, but you also find somebody that you can connect to. that be a staff member, whatever. That was our first opportunity to introduce our PBS expectations, not only in the classroom, in the cafeteria line, at the speed line, over on the blacktop. But that was the first opportunity for those students to be welcomed. The PBS rollout Mr. Emmy talked about was our second opportunity where everybody on site, staff members, administrators, campus supervisors, our food services lead, talked about in different areas what our expectations were. It was important to see different faces, not only as, well, you're not my teacher, but everybody here is somebody that's invested in your learning and your education. The students had that opportunity to hear from them what our expectations are in each of our different locations. And it was our first opportunity where you talk about a meet and greet, that they had the opportunity in one of our locations as they went through the different rotations to meet a peer. Through the instructional framework, one of our focuses this year's was student talk. And not behind a Chromebook, not texting somebody, especially half the time when they're next to you, but to be engaged face to face. And I know that's sometimes a struggle with our students, but having that reflection, that opportunity for that first time on our PBS rollout on that Friday to enter to with a peer maybe they didn't know, but to have some commonalities, you know, something as simple as the first time find someone who shares the same birthday as you. But then extending that opportunity as a focus from class to class to speak, solve problems. There's a lot of our teachers went through a GLAD training this year in different disciplines. And what does that look like as we rotate, as we share, as we have problems of the day, problems of the week in math, but they're rotating and they're watching how each group of students solve this different problem during their warm-up and then talk about it, problem solve it, but do it together. And so just involving that face-to-face. At the beginning, talked about the ESSER funds with an additional counselor and then also a social worker who's been important on our campus, especially. They're partnering with our Tier 2 team. And one of the data that is shown with our site is we've made a focus. There was at the bell, when I came to Rudder November 1st last year, there wasn't an urgency to be behind the door and in class. We play music with a minute to go. And that was just an invitation to not finish a conversation and get started, but sometimes, well, what's that music? How do we get that music changed? Or, well, I have 30 seconds, let's start a new conversation. But we know transitions in middle school are a time that becomes a struggle. And so placing an urgency on the transitions from one period to the next, and we have multiple, with 6 periods, multiple opportunities for those transitions to be a problem. So we've been able to tighten those up. Through the data, we've noticed that those students often that are tardy to a class, there's things behind being tardy to a class, whether they're struggling in that class, where they feel like they're misplaced, or there's peer interventions that need to take place. And so that one-to-one time with those students out in the hallways has been a huge element in making those connections and putting them in places with the services that they need. We've also seen a reduction of tardies. I'm happy to say that there was 3 periods today at James Rudder where there wasn't a student outside in the hallways when the doors were shut at the bell. So I mean that is a huge win. But those students are in the classroom. Those students have less of an opportunity with the staff involvement out there for mitigations to happen. So there's been a reward with that. Mr. Amy talked about the community involvement. I do want to give a shameless plug to somebody that we brought in and then now is at Jackman Valley, Edward Harris, and multiple middle schools, and that's elite soccer. In our area and in middle school, we don't have that opportunity for that group, which is very large, to participate in that sport. That opportunity, elite soccer, was founded by KECO through the Sac Republic. And an MOU was developed last year where they bring trainers on from Sac Republic, they're players or part of their programs to come in and train our students. They have a certain number they contact parents. They're very involved with the parents as far as behavioral expectations and grade expectations through the day, but we reached a group that wasn't being reached before. The significance in that is not small. it went through other campuses. And the plug I will say is that, Charles, do you remember what the score was? I don't think it was all that close, but they provide opportunities for us to play, travel to different sites, see different sites, have an involvement with other students, and also be trained by professional athletes. And that's just one of the opportunities that just came in. Talked about assist. This another area where we noticed those problems is not transition, but also at lunch. What opportunities can we provide for those students during their free time where it's going to be positive? And assist has been a big resource. It provides opportunities for the students to go out, besides a 4-minute passing, to release some energy. And the significant incidents at lunch have reduced to almost nothing. So those outside contracts and agencies that we can bring in and provide services for our students at those times has become important. We have made plenty of, field trips to other sites, as far as we've also established a restorative practices or a wellness center, funded by a full-time wellness counselor through our LCAP. Preventative in nature, with that place to reset, reflect, but also the opportunity to provide proactive conflict mediation when students are coming. Now, this is something where you have to trust, and you're not going to have students that are going to trust an adult unless you've been out there and being proactive as far as, let's talk, what can I do for you? And then providing those resources. They're not going to come and want to do a conflict mediation if they think, well, I just snitched, and how do you provide that opportunity, or how do you provide that trust for students to want to come and solve a problem when society says it looks better to have a fight posted on Instagram or to this site than it does to do a conflict mediation at school. And so that constant being out, being present, having that place, providing a check-in, check-out through our Tier 2 system, where those students have a person that they come and talk to, that person they see in the morning, that person they see in the evening. Where you can we reflect in third period? I see that there was a problem here on this form. Tell me what happened. Oh, it's math. I didn't understand the problem. So is the problem in a behavior, or is the problem in we need to provide some services in that area? And they oftentimes coincide. The fun thing I do want to bring is we've noticed that we provide a lot of opportunities through IYT, through some of our other programs where it's heavy involvement with our male population. What are we doing for our females? 90% probably of our conflict mediations right now involve females. And it's the groups extended. It's like when you meet with 2 students, you find out there's 3 here, 4 here, 5 here, and they're a little bit cliquey. I guess that's the right way to say it. And so bringing in groups that are targeted specifically to help with our female student population. We brought in and working with the MOU process through our after school program to bring Ruthie Bolton Holyfield and then her group in. And she has quite an effect with students, especially students of color. And so that opportunity to see somebody, to hear somebody that has been there and then has lived it and walked it is an encouraging opportunity for our students. I will say we've been awarded in just changing the language and the focus to an academic focus at middle school when it's not necessarily a requirement to go through to high school. When I say that is there's a minimum for to walk the stage for promotion. You just don't get that at high school. You can't say English 9, English 12, you're okay, you have this minimum right here. But to change that focus, I worked with Aaron Sipes in our expanded learning program. And we have the opportunity to pilot a program for credit recovery in middle school. And then have that focus of you're out of class, this is how it can affect you, but you have this opportunity for credit recovery along the similar line that they do in high school. And so the light when we're identifying the students, talking to the parents, using that to be introduced to our coffee with the counselors, once a month, and bringing the family members in to introduce a new program was kind of a light for the family in our community just to hear as well. So there's an opportunity to not only get back and earn credits, but build back that capacity you might have missed with the failing grade, which in the past wasn't a practice. So that's encouraging. We're excited at Rudder to have a bunch of new teachers. There's been quite a turnover in the last couple of years, I'm sure, as some of you are aware. But with that comes an opportunity for not only a fresh start, but a big culture change. And what supports can you provide through those young teachers who are excited, who have bought into what our expectations are, but also providing them with the supports and what they need to meet those students that are in front of them, because it's a brand new challenge for all of them. And so I think when we talk about high quality instructions, what supports are in place with for especially new teachers, and how we can meet those expectations, provide high quality instruction, but also see the needs through either trauma-informed care, restorative practices training, to de-escalate the situation, be able to see and without the blinders on what's in front of you instructionally, some of those indicators that would help identify students that need services in place. So I appreciate your time. I thank you. It was a good, worthwhile wait. I was looking forward to it before, but it's even better tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Madam President, members of the board, Mr. Hoffman, you just witnessed a testimony of some of our great leaders in our school district regards to the practices that they put in place. Not to say that we're not satisfied, right? This type of work to be done. This type of work that we need to bring to our campuses to support the needs of our students, which is a focus that we have. As a director of secondary ed, and I can speak for elementary, we always meet with our principals with that focus. What are the practices that we have on our campuses right now, and what are the practices that we need to change that are not working? So we are really invested to make sure that we do bring the needs of our students into play, that will support us to continue these other means of correction and support our students and our family. With that, we will continue kind of like use our existing successful practices that include the restorative practices school-wide, restorative practices for school-wide training in Monterey Trail and school regions. Focus on the middle school to make sure that the work that is being done there to help reduce the number of suspensions with our foster and our special students with disabilities. At the school level, collaboration and calibration with district and site administrators, implementation of PBIS with fidelity and shared practices. And of course, something that is very hard to me is family outreach, to make sure that we continue to work with the families and hear those voices as well. Thank you.
Thank you. So colleagues, we are moving on to questions, comments from the board. And I will do what I often forget to do, is to offer Ms. Segal the opportunity to go first. Do you have any questions, comments, and then I'll pick on one end or the other.
Sorry, I just want to say thank you so much for the presentation. I like to see this because I see a lot of these policies like in place as a high school student. I just also wanted to specifically point out that the part where you mentioned therapists and social workers reaching out to students. I just want to highlight, I think that's especially important. I think a lot of times it's an expectation that students reach out to them. And I just think if we highlight how important it is when students are struggling, that it's not an expectation that they know what help they should be seeking. And yeah, that's all I have for now.
Thank you, ma'am. I will look to start with Mr. Yang. Any questions or comments, sir?
All right, it's either Tony or myself, huh?
Yeah.
All right. That's fine. I'll go first.
Other people have done it other ways. I can't keep track of the randomizing it every time. So.
No, it's okay. It's okay. First, I just want to say thank you for all your hard work, and extend that thank you to the folks that are part of this journey, this process. Thank you so much. I'm happy to see the trends going down. as we look at the data on this presentation. And, you know, our school district is a system school district. And we got to trust the process. And of course, we're going to have to adjust and make adjustments on the process. And from my standpoint of view, being here 2.5 years, we have made that adjustment as we go forward. And one of the things that I heard that I really like is the fact that we study our past practices of so-called case study. And I thought that that's a good thing because we have to dig deep dive on those kind of case study so that we learn from our right doing or efficient way of doing it, and then the inefficient way of doing it, and that actually backfire us in many ways. But the goal is to have zero suspension, as we all know that, and we strive to get to that number. So with that said, I like everything I heard. I just wanted to point out a couple things that I believe that kind of like the cornerstone of prevention and providing guidance to kids, students to have the mindset of not even pay attention to suspension or being worried about being suspended, but actually thrive. And to me is we got to be really focused on absence. If we have kids absence, we have to be on it. It's like a red flag, right? We got to be on it. Second, if kids getting bad grades, we have to be alert and we have to flag it. And one example, I've talked about it during our principal meetings in the Valley region, is that if a student gets a D or F, there should be an email sent out to that include the teacher of that class, counselor, VP, and the principal, because those are the key leaders in that school that should be aware of whichever student gets D's or F's should be notified right away. And there should be a process to address it right away with the student and the parents. And that should be, to me, that's my expectation. And we have to be very intentional about that. And I think if we do those kind of stuff, I think that our kids, it's going to be in a better place. But I really love what I've seen so far. And I will continue to play a part of bringing solution. It's not easy, as we all know, but it's because of the passion that we have. I think that we are going the right direction. And thank you so much for being here and presenting this information, and it's being recorded. And I know some people are going to be watching it, and we should be hearing feedback soon. And I really want to hear feedback as well, especially from the parents. So thank you for your time and the presentation. Appreciate it. Have a good night.
Hi, thank you very much for being here tonight and coming back again. I think every year we get this, when we get this presentation, there's the tendency that we look at the numbers and we go, we have to do more. Are we closing the gap? You can come at it from a very negative side, and there's people that are very passionate and with good reason. I mean, it's their family and their children. But I think we are very honest in where we're at, and I appreciate how we don't hide these numbers and how we look at them, and the idea of calibrating constantly. I've been to a principals meeting when you bring up a discipline action and you all talk about how it was handled and how you would handle it. And I really appreciate that honesty and the trust you've built in those meetings to have those conversations to get them done on your sites. And I think that's really important. I want to give a shout out to our teachers that are handling more of these issues. I think that is a sign that they are building relationships with their children, with the students. You can't handle those things in your classroom if you don't have a relationship with your students. So I think the importance of the work we've done to see students as children and people is paying off in that fact. And I appreciate its time and its effort from our teachers, and them doing that to me is a direct positive out of that. So I think we won't get to suspensions being a zero ever, because there are certain items that you suspend children for. You bring a gun to school, you're going to get suspended. You are responsible for your community and being a part of your community. So, but I love the words that, and I often have said, we're in education. We're in education. That's what we do. So we educate kids. And I feel for you middle schools. Oh my goodness. Like we try to train them up so good in elementary school, and they get to middle school, and I've had middle school kids and they're hard. So anything we're doing in middle school, please share your best practices. That cannot be silos. Those are kids that need adults, definitely. And I think I appreciate when I started here, we didn't have a face office. We didn't have an ed equity department. We didn't have a BSU except on 2 campuses. And I will tell you, they were, there was one that was strong, and that was it. And I could cry at the excitement from the BSUs, I feel, that are in our high schools, our middle schools, and our elementary schools even now. And I love that we're creating spaces for children and connections for children. And I think we can't lose sight that high quality instruction is the key. Because when you've got a teacher giving a good lesson, it's exciting. I've watched kids run to get to a stats makeup in Elk Grove High School. They'll wreck a car trying to get to that class on time. I mean, my kids have stressed me out, and it is so exciting to see them so excited to learn something. And that's why we got into teaching. I mean, I was a teacher. There's nothing better to see your kids excited to do that. And so we just have to help and keep searching for those connections and that passion. And we have teachers that don't have that passion, and how can we help them? Because our students deserve better. And so having those systems to help the teachers that are not supporting our students right, that's an issue as well that I don't think we're ignoring. And I appreciate the work we're doing towards that part. So I've always said we shouldn't have silos of excellence, and I think we're doing a great job learning how to share things that are working, and I really do appreciate that. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Salviani. Ms. Jamerson?
Hi, good evening. And yes, thanks for coming back for this presentation. And I thank you for the information. A few points before I get to my questions. In terms of definition for our community that's watching, when we say the term suspension, can you clarify if that is off-campus suspension or at school suspension? For those watching, that was one of the questions that we've got received.
I think it's a combination of both. Their in-school suspensions and also out-of-home suspension.
Okay, thank you. And then I just also want to reiterate the same point that I made last time when we had this presentation, is that when we look at the 3 groups, Black and African American students, foster youth, and students with disabilities, that we're really talking about Black and African American students, because foster youth and students with disabilities, the percentage there are majority of Black and African American students. So again, I just want to bring that intersectionality to top of mind, remind folks, and to remind our community that we see that intersectionality, and to make sure that we are addressing that. And when I look at slide 4, or any of the slides, it's just kind of a general point. If I am John Doe, and if I identify as Black African American, a foster youth, and a student with disabilities, that I show up in this data 3 times. Is that correct?
That's correct. For this, they can be in each category, if you will.
Correct. So I just think, again, I kind of raised that question and clarification the last time, if just somehow, because we have our public that reads this and is not able to be here for the presentation and is not necessarily able to ask those questions, if somehow we can just identify that you can show up multiple times in this data. And then a couple of questions. Oh, I did want to say, and I am somebody that does come at this with a little bit of a critical lens. I do appreciate the work that is taking place and the improvements that we are seeing, but I do come with some critical questions too. So, slide 13, we had you had trainings that are taking place for principals and vice principals as well as the staff. And you mentioned Arbinger. Are there other external vendors that are providing that training, or is it Arbinger the only external vendor that's providing training and that those are internal? Because the examples we're talking about that you're providing internal trainings. And so I just wanted to know external or internal, or if there are other external.
I believe they're all internal. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
These are the trainings with our principals and vice principals, predominantly with our case studies that we're providing, the calibration of the suspension data, and then continuing on for this year is where we have those within the matrix, the opportunity like up to 3 days.
Mhm.
Now we're looking at further calibration within that. So where we have those first time incidences, what are each school site doing up to 3 days? Are we saying that's 1? Are we saying that's 2? And trying to calibrate that even further.
Okay. Okay.
You have the outside agency working with it. We're starting in the Monterey Trail region with the restorative practices. That's already approved, which will be going through the entire district. But we do have a combination of inside and outside resources.
Okay, I was just wondering if there were, in addition to the restorative practices and the Arbinger. Okay. And then on slide 15, I'm not going through each slide, I promise. Slide 15, I just wanted to thank you on that bottom bullet there in really centering student voice. Because again, I think that this is, when we look at discipline, really there's a lot about culture, and you talked a lot about culture, but I think that having the students be a part of this process is really going to be beneficial to the students and to the culture of the school. And then finally, that kind of brings me to, I appreciate the autonomy that each school can kind of determine which strategies might work best for their school and their students, their culture and their community. And we heard a lot about culture with all of those strategies. I wanted to find out, are there any ways that you are measuring the success of those specific strategies? Because when it comes to budget and us approving the budget for your schools to continue those strategies, I want to know which strategies are working so that I can approve the funding for those. And so I'm just wondering, are you measuring the success of specific strategies? And if so, how are you doing that?
Well, as always, we look at our chronic absenteeism, right? But then also with the CHIC survey that we have, we look at connection and belongingness, right? So we look at the question that asks, do students feel like they belong, or do they have a trusted adult on campus? So there's questions like that we can look at to measure if what we're doing is a success.
Okay, which I think those are outcomes of that, and our reduction are outcomes of those strategies. But I'd really encourage you to identify which strategies are working in a measurable way, just so that, again, we can support those strategies. And then finally, again, it was a lot about culture, and I appreciate that. We need to do that, and I by no means want to take away from that. But at the same time, what are we doing to reform structure? And what are we doing to reform policies? Because discipline is a result of institutional racism. And so, the structure itself was not built for all students. And so I just want to make sure that we focus on building. And I think there was mention of looking at our structural design and really think about that, moving beyond culture, continue with that, but also looking at how do we really reform so that we can really serve the students that we're fighting to serve. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Jamerson. Mr. Martino.
Thank you. John, Katie, and Charles, I know that the three of you do a great job. And I haven't been out to John Reed's for a couple of years. I think the case certainly been over at Edward Harris. That being said, because I want to say the comment I'm going to make in context of what we're talking about. And that is that James Rudder and the Rudder that we just talked about is not the James Rudder it was a year ago, or 5 years ago, or 10 years ago. The changes that have occurred there, Andy, are terrific. And you need to be really proud of those changes, you and your staff. I continue to hear from teachers, parents in that area. And, you know, we've talked, you're doing all the right things. Thank you. Thank you. All right. My background certainly is that of an educator, and have had a lot of experience over the years. And with the experience, I certainly have developed a mindset on certain things. And so I'm going to throw the first one out on the table, and anybody can feel free to jump in on it. Now, we have spent millions upon millions of dollars in training. And yet we know that behaviors are enforced differently depending upon the group. That's a given. Also, and we never talk about this ever, children come to school with behaviors that are either acceptable or encouraged at home, which are not appropriate at school. So how do we deal with those two things in your schools? How do you address it? If you agree with me, how do you address it?
Sounds like they need to ponder that a little bit more.
Yeah, I'm loving this. I absolutely love it. In terms of, and we don't have to go look at slide 10, but one of the things that it does say is that there are areas of behavior that are discretionary with respect to the consequence of the behavior. And in the context of all of the training, is that an area that you get into looking at teacher behavior or others with respect to judgment of punishment for an act that occurs in one place that you don't see occurring in a different place?
But do they get into calibration?
No, Charles has 40 kids, and you never see a kid being brought up for exclusionary discipline. And John has 10 a month. Does that say anything to anybody? How do you address those kinds of specific things that may or may not occur at your school?
So maybe I'll see if I can make this.
Want to jump in? I don't mean to make anybody uncomfortable.
When you're paying attention to your data, and kids are coming from a specific classroom, or if there's a situation that pops up where there's Again, we have teachers that you never see anybody because the instruction and the relationships going on in those classrooms, they don't pop up there, but they pop up other places. When that happens, without getting into any specifics of an individual, what do we do?
So I'm going to speak both as principal and as a director. When as a principal, obviously, when I used to see that trend, there will be a lot of mentoring, a lot of coaching with the teacher, especially because they have two spectrums. You have a new teacher, right? And you have the teacher, there's a veteran teacher that potentially have different practices. From when we started to calibrate with a matrix, we started to also bring that training and calibration with our teachers. As a director, that's one of the things that I engage my principals with in regards to the data, right? Obviously, we cannot bring specific data to specific teachers for evaluative purposes. However, when it comes to calibrating in regards to the student discipline, the reasons why they're in the office, some other schools have implemented a little survey for the students to respond. Why you're here, it was the reason why you're here. And so we collect that data as well to see, why are teachers sending some students for this behavior and some of not. I have seen that some of our sites use that to calibrate among teachers and bring that to specific, sometimes some meetings. I used to do that, but I'm sure maybe one of the other sites would like to speak of that as well. So we are looking at that data, and we do mentor and coach our teachers, and we use resources like our district coaches to kind of connect our teachers with the coaches as well. Sometimes we recommended some teachers with PAR, which is a district led to support teachers in regards to certain areas. And so we do different things.
And the other piece is looking at the data is if it's popping off, and Andy spoke to, if it's popping off in the transitions between classes, what are we doing? So the implementation of music, the moving kids along. So so in studying the data, it may not just be the difference between classes, but that's reality as well. But it's other times during the day we're paying attention to are things happening before school? And do we need to make sure we're getting kids into the multipurpose room, making sure they're getting fed, making sure they have some type of activity in the morning session before they head off the class so that they're ready to learn when they go. So I mean, principles, if there's anything you want to add, but there's a lot of examples of those data looks that we should be looking at.
Through the collaboration, we involved, and I believe Ms. Jamerson, we're getting back to your question. There's a lot of collaboration on the campuses that is within our site leadership team. We have a site equity team. We have a site PBIS team. We have our comprehensive safe school committee, as well as our school site council. So through that comprehensive safe school plan, we could say there's an excessive number of suspensions or behavior referrals from our 5th and 6th grade recess. We decided to go through the structural supports and separating our recess. And so just having 5th graders out there and just having 6th graders. So we're able to have more recess mentor support with children. And that takes a lot of collaboration amongst all of our groups. And then to answer your question as well, Mr. Forcina, as instructional leaders on our campus, that's our job to be able to work and work with teachers and keep it in reference of whether it's through supervision and evaluation and provide them the supports and having honest conversations after you've been able to develop relationships.
Thanks, Jim. Charles, can you take a few more minutes to talk about the restorative practice trainings that are going on in Monterey?
Okay, so we already have the restorative practices program where we have a teacher in there with 5 students every period that he trains to be peer mentors and conflict mediators. So when a student gets sent out of class for punitive purposes, they're able to meet with these conflict mediators or the master teacher and discuss the issues. But right now with the restorative practices training that we're getting for school-wide is to use restorative circles as a means of building community and using student talk as an instructional strategy as well to enhance student voice and again, to create a sense of community within the classroom and school. But that's just as an instructional tool. But if it got to the place where there was harm or someone misbehaved, you can use that same circle to restore harm and repair harm.
And at Edward Harris, do you have a designated FTE for restorative practices?
Yes.
And how do you fund that?
That is just from our general FTE.
So you designate it for restorative
Yes.
practices?
Yeah. Yeah. So we use it as an elective course.
Yeah, good. Because going back to one of the comments that Gina made, in a lot of schools, they rob Peter to pay Paul. The old expression to deal with restorative practice FTE. Those are the kinds of things that the board needs to be aware of, such that it can provide the funding. And the data will support it. If you believe in the value of restorative practices, I do, then there needs to be more on the table than just someone's feeling towards something. And that's certainly where the data does come into play. So thank you, Charles. Last one here. And again, this question I'm going to ask, it goes back to that whole issue of teachers having discretionary decision-making ability when it comes to one behavior versus another behavior. But in your trainings, do you deal with mandatory behaviors versus discretionary?
So we are addressing those, and we are putting together new information that's going to go out to the teachers in regards to what is two different majors and minors and what to do in such one or the other, right? The teachers do have the discretion to suspend students, but we are trying to work with them and continue to work with them and doing a good job. As you can see, they are doing a lot of other means of corrections. They use other practices that they're implementing to make sure that students are in their classrooms learning. Via this thing that we're working with Take Services and putting together two different ways of what is a major, what is a minor, and what you do in certain case. That's being implemented and developed.
Thank you.
Just to add, we also utilize Keith Mims and Don Gordon to come every year to talk about those different levels, like you're saying, discretionary versus mandatory, and their level of knowledge on what would be considered mandatory is great insight for our staff.
Good, thank you. Thanks, Nancy.
All right, Mr. Vargas.
Thank you. I'm going to try and be short and follow the lead of my colleagues in doing a little bit more, just not pontificating, but speaking rather than asking too many questions. I'm also losing my voice. But anyway, starting with positives, because I'm a nitpicker, I apologize in advance. But I wanted to start with positives. The homeless youth numbers look great in here. Absolutely fantastic. I love the fact that we're doing more teacher managed responses. Definitely echo what has already been said around thanking teachers for, doing that. I know that that can be a big lift, in terms of responsibility and time. And the use of restorative practices, the fact that we're seeing much more of that start to be used regularly and taking the place of some of the other, discipline, including exclusionary discipline, is really good to see. One area where I want to nitpick on that a little bit is on slide 10, the response to student behaviors by violation. What I see here in some of the numbers is other is a big category. And I would love to see that broken down into what do you mean by other responses. So yes, it's awesome that we see exclusionary suspension is shrinking, or exclusionary response is shrinking. Seeing the growth of teacher managed response is great. Now tell me more, right? Because one particular area that caught my attention was bullying and harassment. And this is an area where you see that other means of correction is 69%. That's a huge number. And bullying and harassment is a huge issue. And so I would love to know more about what's going on there. And you don't need to come up and talk about it now, but in future presentations, I would love to see that broken down a little bit more so that we know what are the things that are being used in order to address that, particularly going back to some of the previous comments around, you know, how are you using restorative practices? When are you using restorative practices? Getting specific about us seeing that, both in the data and in the stories. And the stories are a fantastic way of getting that information out there. And, you know, the more that we can put it in, because I'm a numbers dork, the more we can see it in the numbers, I would just make my life so much better. One of the other issues I wanted to surface is the two that have me a little concerned are foster youth and Native American. Both of those numbers don't look fantastic. The other piece of that I want to surface for you guys just to think about between now and the next time you guys come to us is a lot of those areas where seems to be, you know, evening out or even some uptick, you're also seeing a drop in enrollment. And so one of my concerns there is, okay, are we seeing these things sort of plateau even as those students are, and so what we're really seeing is an increase because the enrollment is shrinking, or the other issue that I do not want to say is happening, I don't think is happening, but I want to make sure is not happening, is that we're not essentially pushing out problem kids in order to make these numbers better. And so those are just some things to think about. You know, the next time you guys come with this presentation, as these numbers continue to shift, and we're only looking at 4 years of data, so there's always going to be fluctuation. Totally get that. But just some things to think about as these numbers continue to shift over the next 6 months. And I think that is it for me. So beyond that, thanks you guys. I really appreciate it. To the principals who came out, thank you so much for taking the time out. I know that, you know, sitting through our meetings can sometimes be an adventure. And we really, really, really do appreciate your time and expertise on this. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vargas. Mr. Perez, anything?
Okay, very good comments. I like those. Exactly what I was thinking about. But okay, Paige, let's first of all, I'm not going to say you guys did a good job. You did, but I'm going to say positive, negatives, whatever. Most of the time we get our data district-wide, and that irks me because it doesn't get deep into the problem. It's an overall picture of our district issues, but it doesn't get at the classroom, school site level. So that's what I'm concerned about. And I'm glad that you mentioned that you do a regional report and meetings in your geographical areas, but do I assume that that's going on regionally or throughout the district? That's the question I have up here. And my belief, it should. Because when they transition from elementary to middle school to high school, if they are, you know, have issues, you know, going through our school district and progressively creating problems, what I call school climate problems, or, you know, that's what it comes down to. School climate, and schools should be health. And again, health and safety is our number one issue, and that we should be responsible for. So the question is, can somebody say, yes, that's happening regionally by board member regions, those meetings like yours?
I'll jump in here.
Uh-huh.
I know for the Valley region we are, and we've invited Mr. Yang to our monthly meetings. I know that each of our regions are meeting collectively, and I'm sure they would love to invite you all to come out. So it is something that's happening. Are we perfect at it? No way. Can we do better? Yes. But it is happening in each of the region areas, because you're right. What happens at the high school trickles down to the middle school and should start with all the foundational work at the elementary. And we have to partner together.
And I believe in early intervention, academically, socially, emotionally, all those, like I said before, I believe in community schools. You know, it's sad that this board didn't give directions to go that route. And eventually it's going to happen. It's doing that, but, you know, with mental health and it's piecework, but yet, you know. So anyway, let me tell you what I discovered in doing these data on page 4. And what I see, like, for instance, the enrollment from 2021, 22 to 2022, 23, it dropped 378 students. They're out there in our community. They're probably making the newspaper. They're, you know, maybe who knows? I was inquiring about those students that ended up in the YOLO bypass. Were they high school students, junior college students? Were they, you know, what? Those students. I wonder about these things every day. So anyway, we lost district-wide 300, according to this. Yes, I think around there, if I did my math right, 378, in which you mentioned, or somebody mentioned, that was the suspensions were 300 less. Right? So if those students were in school, would they be those? I question that. Will they be part of those numbers? Most likely, yes, because I think my theory is they're the ones that we lost because of achievement gap and learning loss. They do not want to participate in the school system now because of that. And it's embarrassment. And we haven't gone out looking for those students, get our ADA.
That's not true.
Okay, so anyway, that's what I am very concerned about. They are in our communities with no direction at all.
You don't know that.
Hey, well, let's prove it. Let's find out what the statistics of juvenile commitments have gone up or things like that. Well, you know, also look at, okay. And so, yes, so all these figures, I look African American, we lost 173, foster youth, 63, and we grew tremendously in students with disabilities. Like we're known for, you know, providing services, you know, from 92 to 95, 49. So, you know, like, and those type of numbers kind of affect this report numbers. I think, you know, we got to think about that. Yes, we're improving some areas, but with those students who are back in our system, or in our district, I think that we wouldn't maybe not have so much good outcomes of students of these issues that we're talking about today. So, and again, yes, let's do other groups, Latinos, Asian, homeless, you know, in these reports. You know, yes, we could highlight African American foster youth and students with disabilities, but yet we need those numbers correlate. That's what we do, priority of funding to target a certain amount of students at certain schools and districts, regions. Okay, let's go over here. I like page 6. That's a very good example. You know, yet, you know, where's the data? You know, I like to have, you know, a sheet behind this with the numbers. And again, like page 7, again, okay.
So Mr. Perez.
You do a trend study. I like to see a trend study like that.
Mr. Perez.
20, okay, go back to
Mr.
2017.
Can you pause?
Yes, I'm speaking.
But one of the thing you spoke to is very important. I want to make sure we highlight it, is we did include the other groups this time.
Oh, yes.
So if you look at
exactly.
pages 5 and 6,
yes,
that was a request by the board.
Right.
And we did.
But the numbers, we need numbers, the data, district wide.
Mr. Perez, I'm
Okay,
sure.
so
Mr.
anyway.
Perez, Mr. Perez, I'm sure if you contact staff in advance of the meeting, they'd be happy to provide you with that info.
But I want to know, do any of you feel that we need numbers on those?
I personally don't. If I did, I would have requested it myself.
Okay. So anyway, I like page 8, you have that one, suspension rate. 9 is very good. Where's the data again? I need the data. Okay, so the biggest thing I want to contribute to or suggest, you did an excellent job on this page. I liked it very much because on the right, you have the totals by the ed code violations and defiance, disrespect. But I like to maybe you had put a page what those ed code violation definitions were, maybe in the appendix, because a lot of people in our community, they don't understand that disruption. And what does what does physical contact versus fighting? What's the difference between fighting and having physical contact? Is it a love tap or things like that? We don't know. I don't know. What. And then I wonder, all teachers most likely they get training in this, correct? At the beginning of the school year in the summer, how to report these? Yes, I imagine, right? I think, yeah. So anyway, that's what I like to suggest, that you have these ed code violations. And then because of the fact that some people how would somebody, physical contact and fighting, how would you distinguish the difference? So if somebody was, because maybe somebody socked somebody 3 or 4 times, that's a fight, or touching them 1 time, that's physical contact. I don't know. Can you tell me what that is?
Mr. President, could be many different ways. A
Yes.
physical contact would be just me walking by John and bumping his shoulder intentionally.
Yeah.
And a fight could be a full-on fight.
Okay, so I think we in the community needs to know that. I need to know that. And then the disruption, and I'm wondering if it's a uniform reporting process. One teacher might say, oh, that was just a love tap or physical versus a fight. So your data is going to be different, or it's going to reflect that. So anyway, what I did on the blue, which is teacher management, right? Manage. Is that another word for classroom management? The blue, the light blue. So I was wondering about that. Instead of saying classroom management issues, you use teacher manage. So anyway, I noticed that technology, that's the #1 item, which is 81% of teachers manage 4,469 incidents. That's too much. And I was wondering, we have a contract for technologies the students use. Do they actually use that nowadays? Student contract acceptance use agreement, and to complete the form only if you want to revoke your students' access to district technology resources. Does that apply to the telephone? Which is that the issue on this particular issue? Misuse of telephone on campus?
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
That is the majority of technology.
So that is
If I'm gonna look at that, there's a couple different things. And this is where the calibration, when you're talking about one incident handled to the next, not only with staff, but with the vice principals. So there's calibration in different levels.
Right.
But if we take technology violations and you're saying that's too much, I would 100% agree with you.
Yeah.
But technology violations, Mr. Perez, could include when you're entering an incident and they're posting on Instagram and the students have a no contact contract and they're posting about post-contract an interaction with students, or they're going on Instagram and they're commenting on a fight that was posted on that page. That's a technology violation that outside of our school hours that's bleeding onto campus, or having their phone out during campus, or so there's a multitude of where we could go with that. But as far as being too much, it doesn't matter if it's a phone, Incorrect use of your Chromebook, what it's doing is taking away from instructional time.
Exactly. And so, okay, the next one was other, what you mentioned, other, that's behavior unknown. So what's the definition of that? How do teachers, that's number 2. That's 78% of teacher time. And that's 1,122 incidents. Dress code, here's another one. You know, this is petty, but I'm not sure if it is because the clothing is maybe, I'm not sure.
Proceed with caution, Mr. Pettis.
What?
Proceed with caution.
Yes, exactly. So I'm not sure why the reason of that issue is, but that's 60, that's the third one, 67%, 356 cases. The other one is truancy, 65%, but yet we have 639. Lying and cheating, 58. 689 disruptions.
Mr.
Okay, that's
Pettis,
okay.
Mr. Pettis, let's not read slides. So
Okay.
can you wrap up? You've been making some great
Okay.
points, a lot of.
The point is on that one, if you look at that, I'm wondering how much classroom time do the teacher puts into reporting these issues district-wide? You know, so at the beginning, at the end of class. So, you know, that's a lot of time. But so are we not doing a good, very well orientation to school rules? Is that the issue? I don't know. You tell me. And so anyway, so the other means of correction, the again, the number one thing is, okay, yeah, other means of correction, which is the dark blue. Yeah, inappropriate location. That tells me that our camera system is going to start working, right? Once we get those new cameras, we're going to know where these students are on cap and inappropriate. That's number one. 71%, 3,400 incident. That's too high.
Mr. Pettis.
Harassment, bullying.
Let's move forward, Mr.
Okay.
Pettis. We're not
anyway,
spend more time on this.
If you had
some pretty detailed questions that
Yes.
should have been asked beforehand.
But I'm saying the bottom line, if we would have did these with ranking and look at the picture, prioritize, you know, what those are by those colors, and, you know, to the right of that, it would, you could make more sense of, you know, what this chart really means.
Mr. President, the other thing to keep in mind, this is 63,000 kids.
Oh, yeah.
Over 180 days.
Right.
Over multiple periods per day.
Correct.
So the actual number of incidents that are happening
is a year.
Yeah, it's relatively small.
Right.
Compared to the thousands and thousands of kids we have and the interactions that happen every single day.
Exactly, I agree with you. But the thing is, we got to get more in the detail by school site.
And they do that.
By classroom.
They do that.
Okay, so.
There's no time to do that here.
Who knows? And the time of year, does more incidents happen in Christmas or at the end of the year or holidays? All these things affect.
They
students.
all
You
know.
that,
We
right?
know.
Right? You know that. So
We
you
know.
know how jolly they get. So anyway, that's the issue that we need. This is a very good start, you know, this report, but we need to get better or deeper into the analysis.
Okay.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. The bottom line of that. And okay, I stopped there on that. Let's see if I have a couple more questions over here. I do, but because of time, parent engagement, I think the parents were in our high schools, middle schools, and PTA, more participation, watching these kids. You know, yes, we have supervisors, but when grandma's there, mother's there, boom, I see a whole lot of difference with kids' behavior because I've been in an educational setting throughout this, you know, this California system. So yes. Now, do we do home visits? Is there a database that how many home visits or how many community-based organizations get involved? So, you know, there's things like that I'm, and more evaluation on some of these successful programs. The average I don't believe in that. I tell you that right now, because, you know, I haven't seen an evaluation of that program. We spent $1 million on it, but no evaluation, you know. So the federal dollars for ISA. You know, there's a lot of more money that we have not spent. So think of how we can improve these programs that you believe in, come back to our board and recommend, you know, these programs. You know, we have model programs over here, over there. Let's see if they work and implement them district-wide. That's what I'm saying. You're the ones are out there in the field with our students. You could articulate and advocate for those students. Yes, we need more dollars. The latest one report I seen, I can't believe this. Our teachers are spending $1,000 for school supplies. Let's do something about that.
Mr. Pettis,
Okay.
let's stick to the item on the
Okay.
agenda.
That's a school climate issue. Okay, so, you know, who,
Sounds like you're done, right?
well, you know, all that,
I heard 1, 2, and then I heard,
hold on here.
give
let's
me
see
those
here.
questions, so.
Yeah, family outreach, you said that, you're doing that contract. So anyway, keep up the good work. You know, it's, it's hard work out there, I know it is. We have, you know, students in poverty, that's the thing. Poverty causes a lot of problems. And they come to our schools and we need to deal with the full comprehensive services of these students, the whole student. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pettis. I am always happy when the board engages as deeply as they do, and there's very little left for me to say. It's like Christmas came early. Much appreciated. It is evident that a lot of work continues to be done in this area. This is one where we have been engaged pretty deeply, going back several years and trying to change the way that we do business at a really granular level, which is not work that typically happens very quickly. So I'm encouraged to hear that the calibration type activities are still occurring, that we're still, you know, occasionally trying to slow down our processes and check all of our biases, because as we've said, we've all got them, right? So that's very encouraging. Overall, there are some peaks and then, you know, some backsliding. Overall, I think it's fair to say that it's a modest improvement. And I appreciate that it's headed in the right direction as a result of all of the work that is going on. What I am wondering is whether we are not at a place or approaching a place where we need to step back again and say, okay, if we're kind of starting to plateau in terms of the improvement that we're seeing, what else do we need to explore? And I'm not posing that as a question today, really just as a suggestion, you know, as we all continue this work, because I'm seeing that, right? And some of these gaps that we want to close, the rate's really important because if we only move those needles at a really modest rate, it's not going to be meaningful change for the kids that we're serving right now, right? So I'm not telling you anything you all don't know, but just want to share my thinking. So I very much appreciate hearing about all the wonderful things that are happening, especially at the site level. It's fantastic. It's great for us to make those connections between the resources that we're able to put in your hands and the hands of site leaders and everybody else for our kids. So appreciate the report and look forward to having even more of a discussion on this next time that it comes back to us. So with that, thank you very much. So our next item is under public hearing action items. We have 2. And the first of those is the Williams Sufficiency of Instructional Materials. And Ms. Lorraine Blomquist will present.
Good evening, Madam President, esteemed board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. I am here in accordance with Williams legislation, Ed Code 60119, which requires that the governing board of a school district hold an annual instructional materials public hearing to determine whether the district has sufficient textbooks and instructional materials, which we do. And under the same Ed Code, the Board of Education shall make a determination through a resolution as to whether each pupil, including each English learner, in each school in the district has sufficient textbooks or instructional materials in each subject, including English language arts, math, history, social science, science, and that they are aligned with the academic content standards and consistent with the cycles of the curriculum framework adopted by the California State Board of Education. Therefore, we're requesting that the board approve Resolution number 7, certifying that the Elk Grove Unified School District is in 100% compliance with Ed Code Section 60119, ensuring that each pupil has sufficient instructional materials.
Thank you, Ms. Blomquist. I'd like to open the public hearing and call on Ms. Lavasser to see if there are any public comments via Zoom related to this item.
Madam President, there are no public comments via Zoom on this item.
Thank you. Ms. Jamerson, are there any blue cards on this item?
Madam President, there are no blue cards on this item.
Thank you. I'm going to close the public hearing and call for a motion to adopt resolution number 7. Elk Grove Unified School District is in compliance with Education Code Section 60119, ensuring that each pupil has sufficient instructional materials.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Vargas, second by Ms. Albiani. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That is approved unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next up, Education Code Section 17556 et sec. Consideration of resolution to grant permanent electrical facilities easement to the Sacramento Municipal Utilities District for Elk Grove High School. Ms. Coates.
All right, nice to see everyone again. The Sacramento Municipal Utility District has requested the district convey without cost an electrical facilities easement on the Elk Grove High School site, 9800 Elk Grove Lauren Road, Elk Grove, California. The purpose of this easement is to allow the SMUD to access, construct, and maintain electrical facilities serving the Elk Grove High School campus. The final configuration of the easement will be determined at SMUD's expense upon the completion of the installation of the electrical facilities, recording the easement accurately in relation to the facilities. We recommend acceptance of this request, that the easement be conveyed since it will be of public benefit and no cost or inconvenience to the district. The board adopted the resolution number 2023-24 resolution of intention to convey an electrical facilities easement on August 8th, 2023. A notice was duly posted and published for the public hearing as noted below. As required for granting of such easements, the notice of this public hearing was published in the Elk Grove Citizen on Friday, August 25th, and posted for at least 5 days in 3 public locations: Elk Grove High School, the Trigg Education Center, and the Elk Grove Library. The resolution granting permanent and temporary easements must be adopted by a 2/3 vote of the board.
Thank you, Ms. Coates. I'd like to open the public hearing and call on Ms. Lavasser to see if there are any public comments via Zoom related to this item.
Madam President, there are no public comments via Zoom for this item.
Thank you. Ms. Jamerson, do we have any blue cards for this item?
Madam President, we have no blue cards for this item.
Thank you. I will close the public hearing and call for a motion to adopt resolution number 6, granting electrical facilities easement to the Sacramento Municipal Utilities District for the Elk Grove High School project.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Albiani, seconded by Mr. Yang. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, none. That is approved unanimously. We are to board member and superintendent reports. So these are your reports of board subcommittee work or other work that you are doing as an assignment on behalf of the board. Lots going on, so we could start different places. We can kick it off with the instructional materials. I don't even know what we're calling ourselves, that subcommittee. I want to note that today is not the day we're doing our detailed report out and debrief. We will do that when we come back to the board. We continue to work towards a target of October 17th to come back to the board. should something happen, like we receive comments that highlight additional work that we need to do as a subcommittee, that would mean additional subcommittee work that may or may not push back that October 17th date. So I just want to be fully transparent about that's what our goal is, but things could still come up. And I will defer to Mr. Fortuna and Mr. Vargas if they would like to say anything else about how that's going. Nope.
Nope.
Okay. All right. A lot of work though. A lot of work. We've been meeting for 3 hours at a time and we're not sure if we're done. So.
Yeah. One quick thing to add, just because it's been brought up in public comment repeatedly, is that there will be opportunity for public input on these policies. More information on that is coming. Rather than getting into a bunch of it here, we will leave it to the administration because they have a plan for rolling that out. So.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say this week we'll have the information out.
Yes, that is fair to say.
So stay tuned, folks. Partners in Education also met. We talked about many things, including the current revised comprehensive, compensation study, how we stack up compared to other school districts as employers, and how we intend to right some of those things that aren't really working well within our system. That was a big thing that we talked about. We also talked about future activities and trying to set kind of a revised agenda for that group. Arbinger, interest-based bargaining. Gosh, I have a lot of notes on that one, but lots of things.
Budget 101.
What's that? Budget
101.
Yeah, there was interest in learning both kind of state level and internal departmental practices. So just good stuff to help people be more effective in their roles. So lots, stay tuned, right? That group has an ambitious agenda, things they want to accomplish. That is all that I have. Any other board member reports? Yes, sir.
Yeah, Chris and I met last Thursday with City of Rancho Cordova on our regularly scheduled 2x2. And I've indicated before they're a wonderful group to work with. They continue to have interest in the middle school, high school construction. I think we have been clear and answered all the questions we can possibly answer on that subject. One of the council people continues to have questions, and she's going to be submitting her questions to city manager, and then we will all get those questions. Been assured that currently the work going on to look at boundaries of Folsom Cordova are just focused on Folsom Cordova and not Elk Grove Unified at this point in time. So that's where we are.
Interesting stuff.
But at one time, another city council were interested. Can you elaborate on the?
Well, that was a number of years ago when
Yeah.
Steve Ladd was superintendent, and that was resolved back then 10 years ago.
Yeah, let's stay within the report. So folks, last time we talked about a process to replace our way of putting future agenda items on the agenda, which would mean that this item comes off of here, erring on the side of caution about not knowing how quickly to pull that trigger. It's still here, but we did come to a consensus about the fact that we want to do things differently going forward. So it is here. And I'm not hearing anyone needing to use it, which is exactly as things should be working. So I appreciate that. I don't have a timeline for you on when the revised language and process will come back, but we will get that out as soon as we know. Yeah. So with that, folks, I'm going to call this meeting to adjournment at 9:50 p.m. Thank you.